comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost, month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-220-4067 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What do you have to lose? Call 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So as the latest that we're learning about the accused killer of one American icon, Charlie Kirk, some of you thought of him as an evangelist, a Christian. Some of you may have thought of him as a pundit, more of a political person. It depends on, I guess, your generation, where you first consumed the message of one Charlie Kirk. And now what we're seeing is a new movement, some comparing it to the aftermath of the horrifying assassinations of JFK, MLK Jr., even RFK, and a new era of civil rights. And so how does it impact future generations? To think about all of this and put it in perspective, we wanted to welcome again our friend Hans von Spakovsky, an authority, a true authority on all of these different issues, including, of course, civil rights, civil justice, First Amendment issues, immigration issues. We really can throw anything at Hans, and he's always eloquent, but a manager, election law reform initiative, senior legal fellow, Edwin Meese Center for Legal and Judicial Studies with the Heritage Foundation. Hans, thank you so much for joining me this morning. Really appreciate it.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to talk to you, although I'm certainly not happy to talk about the subject that is on everybody's minds.
It is. And I'll just say that to you, that everywhere I go, and we were even out of town over the past week with my family, I'll just say to you on this note, Hans, people even in my own family that, we talked about Charlie Kirk and his impact over the years, but I did not know the impact he had on so many people of different generations. I did not realize the depth to which people are grieving his loss, and now how this is turning into something very different, and there are some positives coming out of it as well.
Well, I think so, because it's not just this brutal murder of him, but what has woken up a lot of people in this country is seeing the horrible reactions.
Yes.
From, I won't call them liberals, I'll call them leftists, people that we have seen. And you would think that must be a member of an extremist group that's out there celebrating his death. But no, I mean, we've seen people suspended, deans at universities, Secret Service agents, teachers in high schools, nurses, doctors. I mean, it shows that the poison of believing that violence is justified when people disagree with you on issues has seeped into American culture in many different places, and that's frankly dangerous.
Yeah, it truly is. And then even when earlier this week, for example, when when Vice President Vance filled in for the Charlie Kirk show, and he was quoting some of those different statistics on exactly what you're talking about, the views of people, but especially younger people, thinking that violence can be the answer, that it's okay. I think that was a shocker, but the mainstream media responded by saying, well, who would ever cover a survey, especially to have an elected official at the height of a vice president to talk about a survey? It was even poo-pooed. I thought that was another shocker as well.
Well, it was, but when you combine that survey, and it was a legitimate survey, no one has pointed out any kind of problems with the way the survey was conducted. When you combine that with the anecdotal evidence we have seen, actual suspensions, actual firings of individuals at private and public, by public and private employers, it supports what the vice president was saying. And look, modern technology and social media, the camera phones everyone carries, on the one hand, that's what helped with the gathering of evidence so that they were able to find who did this within an extremely short time. It took 2 months for law enforcement officials to find the assassin of Martin Luther King. And here they did it within, less than 48 hours. Yeah. But on the other hand, what social media does is, you see the innermost thoughts of individuals because they're posting them. They're saying what they think, and that's why we know just how bad, like I said, this poison is that has seeped into American culture.
Well, if we could, and I know that you were on live with my friend Rich Cioli last night here on Talk Radio 1210, live as it was happening, which is why I'm so grateful we're live and local and that somebody of your caliber makes yourself available. But can we go through those charges as far as what you see with this and the significance of it? I want to point out something as well as we go through this, Hans von Spakovsky, and that is the pretrial motion that, in particular, that ABC News reporter ignored and chose to focus on the romantic, love relationship that this accused killer has, but never focused on another victim of this, which is Erica Kirk, the widow, and her children, who clearly fears for her safety and life and filed that pre-trial motion of a protective order. And to me, that struck me as that was beginning, because I thought to myself, now this guy's locked up. Okay, this guy is locked up and they're not letting him out of that jail in Utah. And yet there's a protective order. And so we're hearing, obviously, throughout the investigation that, in fact, the FBI and investigators continue to look into potential people who were either complicit or co-conspirators, or who knew, and what did they know, when did they know it. That protective order protecting Erica Kirk, this young widow, and her young children who witnessed this heinous murder, that was a little bit surprising to me, and also to me was concerning. That is there a belief or a fear by her that there are others out there who want to hurt her, and that they're associated with this guy who's locked up?
The answer to that is yes. Again, given what we're just talking about, given the celebration we've seen and the views of those individuals, I think she is in danger, even if it's not people connected with this particular defendant. She's in danger from many others. I mean, look, just think back a couple of years to the BLM and Antifa groups who were engaging in riots, arson, looting, attacking civilians, reporters in cities across America. I mean, does anyone doubt their radical nature, their anarchist nature, and the idea that they could potentially threaten Charlie Kirk's widow and children? If you are not. You don't have a grasp on the reality of what has been happening in America.
Well, let's go through, if we could, those charges and their significance of against one Tyler Robinson, charged in court. He did not, for those of you listening, and maybe you didn't see it visually, so you see this picture of him up against a cinder block wall. He is appearing before the judge there in Utah, but he's appearing via video, basically Zoom video. And so there's a formality to this. But in those, what struck you as you hear the charges against him and your takeaways from the charges against Tyler Robinson and also the prosecutors, the judge, and how they were going through this very methodically?
Remember, as soon as this happened, you had both local, state, and federal investigators on the scene. What we just saw was the local district attorney, a guy named Jeff Gray, taking charge and filing state charges against him. There have been no federal charges filed. And the state charges are more than half a dozen charges, 7 of them. Several of them are weapons charges for the way he used a firearm to commit murder. There are obstruction of justice charges. Those are over the fact that he tried to destroy or get rid of evidence. The major charge against him is aggravated murder. That is a very specific statute in Utah. And in order to qualify for aggravated murder, which, of course, brings in the death penalty, and in fact, the prosecutor has said they're going to go for the death penalty. Aggravated murder is when you murder someone and certain special conditions apply. I mean, there's a whole list of them. For example, if you target a police officer, you're going to be charged with aggravated murder. One of the factors that brings an aggravated murder charge in is if you knowingly created a great risk of death to another individual other than the victim. Obviously, if you are firing into a crowd from 200 yards away, you are creating a great risk of death to other people. And so that alone was a basis for the aggravated murder charge. Now, people are probably wondering why there have been no federal charges filed. Remember, on the very same day yesterday, we had developments in the Mangione case in New York. In the New York case, there is both a state murder prosecution going on, and there are 11 federal charges that have been filed against him, including murder charges. The difference is that, look, almost all murder cases are tried by states. The feds only get involved if there is what's called a federal nexus. In other words, they can't. The federal government doesn't have the jurisdiction to prosecute. There's no murder is ordinary, but the average murder case, they don't have the authority to do that. They can only get involved under certain conditions. If, for example, someone murdered an ICE agent, a federal officer, then the feds can prosecute. If you murder somebody on federal property, you do it on a military base, for example, you can be federally prosecuted. The reason federal charges were appropriate against Mangione is one of the other ways is if you cross a state line in order to commit your murder, the feds can go after you. And Mangione did that in that case. I suspect we are not going to see federal charges in Utah. So far, I haven't really seen a federal nexus for this, no matter how heinous the crime was. But what you have already seen and what you will see is the feds helping the state and the local prosecutor prosecute this case by doing forensic analysis, providing their experts, and helping them gather the evidence they need to successfully prosecute the case.
And so for me, it sealed a confession when they revealed a lot as we often find out the details of what evidence they have. I know he doesn't have an attorney yet. He'll be appointed one. They said he was indigent, so court-appointed attorney and that sort of thing. But, you know, they revealed, for example, that he said on Discord that, quote, "It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this." But then the conversation with his roommate, his boyfriend, who's apparently transitioning genders, in which he texts him. The texts to me are very telltale because they're time-stamped. And so he's telling this individual, his lover, and calling him my love, but he's telling this individual, you know, look under the keyboard. It just seemed to me very orchestrated that if I am complicit with somebody who's my paramour, and I want to make sure that that I take all the responsibility and they don't, that's exactly textbook what I would do. Document it, such as that. And I have to, you know, and not that anybody's saying that, but it struck me that in fact this individual at that moment where he's texting and saying, look at the note, and I'm still hiding, there's still one car, did that individual pick up the phone and call 911 at that moment? I don't believe they did. And so that situation, could that be then used against Tyler Robinson to say, we can go after your lover. You think you covered for them, but we could go after this individual. They knew at that moment that you were hiding and where you were hiding.
That is a possibility. What folks should understand is, look, I hate to say it, but look, it's only been a week. It's been 1 week since this occurred. And while there was an indictment filed against him yesterday, there is a huge investigation still going on. Not only are there probably hundreds of hours of camera footage from people's telephones at this event and the surrounding neighborhoods, but there are all kinds of text communications in the gaming world where this guy spent a lot of time. All that is still being looked at, and it's going to take a while to go through that. What will happen, and what I have no doubt is going on, is the investigators and the lawyers, the prosecutors, as they're going through this, they are trying to determine whether there are any other individuals who can be charged as either accessories before the fact or accessories after the fact. An accessory after the fact, for example, is somebody who they weren't involved in your planning. They weren't involved in your commission of a horrible crime like this. But after you committed it, and they knew you had committed it, they then help you. They give you money. They hide you. They try to give you transportation out. That's an accessory before after the fact. And for people who knew about this ahead of time, the Utah statute, Don, it's a very broad statute. It covers almost everything you can possibly imagine. So I have no doubt they're evaluating that. And if they determine there's evidence to show that other people knew about this, provided any kind of assistance, hid him, or anything like that, they'll get charged.
Yeah, it is fascinating to see, and we saw earlier this summer the FBI even warning parent groups about these nihilist terror networks, 764, NLM. I mean, they're No Lives Matter. So it's fascinating, and I think a lot of parents need to wake up too. I know I'm way over. Hans von Spakovsky, you're brilliant, and we just really appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Sure, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Heritage Foundation. Yeah, and we'll continue the conversation. And if you are a parent, grandparent, caregiver, godparent, if you don't know about this, and in particular you have children in your life, whether they're middle school, high school, college age, the allegation, and you can look it up, these so-called nihilist terror networks, groups, 764, No Lives Matter, NLM, the Maniac Murder Cult, MKY, the True Crime Community, TCC. I've been talking about these. There have been warnings by advocacy groups and even by within this administration and previous administrations too, especially the FBI and the feds during this administration, the Trump administration, have put out these warnings about these groups, that they're out there. They are both domestic as well as foreign groups that have infiltrated social media groups, Discord, one of the main one, gaming social media type sites. And so this should be on your radar. There's something that you could do, that you can do actively, and that's to be involved in any young people in your life to understand what's going on here. Because you may not like that right now there are, let's say, Democrats who are saying, oh, see, this kid grew up in a faith-based Mormon home. The parents are Republicans. The parents are pro-Trump. See, this kid had a quote-unquote good upbringing, was a MAGA kid. What happened? I'm looking at this differently. I don't look at it in the political side. What I'm trying to say here is that all parents, we can find the common ground on this very issue to say, this is part of the investigation ongoing. Were there groups, domestic or foreign, who are indoctrinating young people? And is that a piece of this? Is that the how? How did this happen? And we need to look at that and look beyond the divisive politics of our time. That should certainly be part of this. There's something that we can all do to get involved. I have no doubt that this young man's parents, who turned him in, probably the most difficult thing they've done in their entire lives, and did it allegedly, I have to say allegedly, with grandpa's gun. How horrifying. So we all have to look at, how did this happen in America with a kid who had a full scholarship to school? Look at the video of him as a high school student, how proud his mom is, how proud he is, and ended up dropping out of college, but then going for an apprenticeship to be an electrician. What happened here? Every American should look at this and then look at all of these nihilist terrorist groups and wonder aloud, how did he get so-called indoctrinated? Or is it a piece of how he did with regards to the mental health crisis in America? To me, everything must be on the table. Full transparency, as of course our nation grieves and copes with the loss that I think is irreplaceable. And that is, we pay tribute to the late, great American icon, Charlie Kirk. I'm Dawn Stensland. Thanks for being here. 855-839-1210. We'll take a break. Be right back. We have to talk about my friends from Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. You know, you've heard me talking about Chapman, the Chapman family team, for years now. In fact, nearly 10 years. So they've done beautiful work in my home. So whether it's windows or doors, I can tell you there is a Chapman difference. And you've heard me talk about that. They also do stucco remediation, not just window and doors. But did you know that Chapman Windows, Doors, Siding, stucco remediation, they also can replace your old roof if that's what you need. And they're family owned and operated. The Chapman brothers, Mike and Mark Chapman, they started their business nearly 30 years ago. As their families have grown, yes, their business has grown too. and word of their reputation, which, by the way, impeccable. For more than 30 years, the Chapmans are committed to providing high-quality work by paying attention to every single detail. They spend the time to understand your needs and educate you on all of your options. And that is truly the Chapman difference I've been talking about. And here's the thing, they're always going to work within your family budget as well. So they have some financing available, which can leverage, obviously, to make your exterior renovation or other remodeling projects a reality. So whether you or somebody you know you're looking for maybe a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call. You can text them. They're listening right now. They're local. They're like-minded. 610-431-8898. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming crash proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
We're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor. And when you're choosing from chocolate or vanilla, it's not that hard. But now there's all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. So try picking your fave from Oreo Brownie Fusion, Pop-Tarts Strawberry Fusion, Strawberry Swirl, Brownie Batter Swirl, Caramel Swirl, and Caramel Crunch Fusion. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location. Oreo is a trademark of Mondelez International Group. Pop-Tarts is a trademark of Kellogg North America Co., LLC. Used with permission.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made ready.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've talked about going to Bob's Little Sports Shop for great events like Bachelor, Bachelorette, hosting private parties at Bob's Little Sports Shop. Well, an incredible event coming up September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo with individualized training. Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30 people. They have smaller group events during business hours that can host 10 or less. You can have your own instructor for shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. No alcohol or drugs permitted on premises, obviously. Ask about lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting and cleaning classes. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's is the place to learn about firearms, especially for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about firearms ownership. Bob'sLittleSportShop.com is where you want to go. And don't forget, September 27th, Guys and Gals Combo. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information. Free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We have so much breaking news as we're learning more details and have some updates on what happened in court yesterday, and as well with Charlie Kirk and upcoming a friend of his, and we'll go through that. But I want to get to the breaking news of the moment, and that has to do with Senator Rand Paul, and he is grilling the former CDC director, who's in the hot seat, if you will, testifying. We've talked about this, so much as what really happened between RFK Jr. and some of those CDC individuals who resigned after this woman left. Was she fired because she was leaking? We had heard from RFK Jr., for example, that she was fired because she was leaking information to the press, and that she lied about it. That is the story that we had heard in the media, at least. And so now they get to hear from the horse's mouth, if you will, what's going on over at the CDC. Do we have a little bit of that, Dan Borowski, our executive producer, that we can go to?
I agree with you completely that we need to restore trust in public health. But in order to do so, we have to have a discussion about the actual science, and we can't have a discussion of this, is about all vaccines are good, all vaccines are bad. This is about specific vaccines. It's about specific age groups. It's about specific policies. Does the COVID vaccine prevent transmission?
The COVID vaccine can reduce viral load in individuals who are.
Does it prevent transmission?
When you have reduced viral load, you will have reduced transmission.
But in other words, it doesn't prevent transmission. You can still transmit the virus if you've had the vaccine. In fact, there's been reduced ability to interfere with transmission over time. And what we've found is the most recent one since Omicron is down around 16% reduction, if there is a reduction. Does the COVID vaccine reduce hospitalization for children under 18?
It can.
It doesn't. The statistics are inconclusive, and the reason you can't prove that it does is there's so few people under 18 that go to the hospital. The numbers are extraordinarily small. There's like 76 million kids under 18 in our country. 183 died, and a few thousand went to the hospital in 2020 and 2021. And since then, the numbers have dropped precipitously, and the idea and the issue needs to be discussed. But the COVID vaccine is not reducing hospitalization. It's not statistically significant. Does the COVID vaccine reduce the rate of death for children under 18?
It can.
Once again, it can. That's a ridiculous answer. No, it doesn't. And there is no statistical evidence that it does reduce the death rate. These are statistics. We've looked at it. When they approved it, they had this discussion at the vaccine committee that we've been talking about. During the discussion, they acknowledged that there was no proof of reduction in hospitalization or in death. So what they did is they said, what can we use to try to make people take this vaccine? They came up with this. They said that if we give you a COVID vaccine, you make antibodies. So really the whole recommendation for having a COVID vaccine from 6 months up is not based on hospitalization data, not based on deaths. It's based on whether you make antibodies or not. And what people fail to see from this is I can inject you with a foreign protein every week and measure your antibodies. You'll make antibodies every time. It just means immunology work has nothing to do with whether you should get a vaccine every week. So when we're discussing the science here, we have to discuss what is the science in favor of giving a vaccine to a 6-month-old and what are the benefits from that. And there is no benefit of hospitalization or death. And then what would the risks of the vaccine be? We have large population studies of the risks of the vaccine in younger people. And it turns out that you don't see this as much if you look at the general population, but once you start isolating in by age group, which you have to do in COVID because there's such a disparity among age group, you find that there is a risk of myocarditis, a significant event. It's somewhere between 6 and 8 in 10,000. But that's much greater than the risk of hospitalization or death, which are not even measurable because they're so small. So you resisted firing people who have this idea that the COVID vaccine should be at 6 months. That's what this is about. You didn't resist firing the perfect, beautiful scientists that are career people and unobjective and unbiased. You wouldn't fire the people who are saying that we have to vaccinate our kids at 6 months of age. That's who you refuse to fire.
So that assertion is not commensurate with the experience that I had with the individuals who are identified to be fired.
Did any of the people you refused to fire, did any of the people you
About to answer the question.
Did any of the people you refused to fire believe that we should change the vaccine schedule and no longer force 6-month-old kids to take it? Every one of them was adamant we should keep it at 6 months. Everybody's alarmed. We're going to change the childhood routine. Well, we should. There is no medical reason. What is the medical reason to give a hepatitis B vaccine to a newborn whose mom has no hepatitis?
So none of the discussion points that you just brought up were ever.
That's changing the childhood schedule.
Will you allow her to answer the question?
Regular order.
Bernie Sanders getting involved.
Bernie, I got mine. Look, this is the debate over changing the childhood schedule. The hepatitis B vaccine on the schedule is given to newborns. What is the medical, scientific reason and proof for giving a newborn a hepatitis B vaccine if the mom is Hep B negative?
I want to go back to the assertion associated.
What is the medical reason for giving a hepatitis B vaccine to a newborn? See, everybody's like blithely going along. We can't change the childhood. You're somehow terrible if you want to change the childhood. We should be discussing what is the childhood vaccine schedule, and the burden should be on you. You want to make all the kids take this? The burden is upon you and the people you wouldn't fire to prove to us that we need to give our 6-month-old a COVID vaccine and that we need to give our 1-day-old a hepatitis B vaccine. That's what the debate ought to be about, not whether all vaccines are good or whether we live in Alice in Wonderland.
I actually agree with you, and I was open to the science. I just would not pre-commit to approving all the ACIP recommendations without the science.
Untrue.
So there you hear, he's not just Senator Rand Paul. The reason he does have perhaps more credibility in the minds of Americans as well is that he's also a doctor. He's a physician, and he goes through very quickly and is calling foul on, Susan Menares, who claims that weeks after being hired, and this was late August, you hear her that she's claiming that she was fired by RFK Jr. because basically she would not rubber stamp all the changes that he wanted without all of them being backed up by science. But you hear in the back and forth between Senator Rand Paul and Menares here that he's poking holes in her story, and that as well poking holes in what she believes to be the quote unquote science and what is proved. And so you're hearing the pushback there, and I suspect that maybe that was what happened with Kennedy, her boss, who by the way was the one who hired her. So it's important to understand that RFK Jr. hires her and then within weeks fires her. Obviously, she came through recommendations, and Kennedy realized that maybe he felt that she wasn't willing or open-minded enough. And so I think that's part of the pushback here. So it's, as she says that the first reason was that she was being pressured to approve every single recommendation from the AICP, which is an immunization committee, basically. And that was, she said, regardless of what the scientific evidence was. But then you heard her as she was pushing back on some of that scientific evidence, which we now know. But the big thing, I think, was that, that she claims Kennedy directed her to dismiss career officials responsible for vaccine policy without cause. And Rand Paul is saying that he's calling foul on that second excuse that she's making. So I love this kind of transparency. I love hearing, these kinds of hearings. I'm glad that they carry it mid-morning. I'm glad that we can all look at it, consume it, and decide for ourselves what's going on here. I also find it fascinating that when he asks a simple question, and this is a big one about a different vaccine. This is the hepatitis vaccine that babies are given usually within the first 24 hours of their birth. And I shared with you, and Dan Borowski and his wife Maisie, they're about to face this exact issue. When your baby's born, they want to give your baby a whole lot of immunizations. But if you're not going into a childcare situation, if you as the mommy and daddy have no risk for some of these diseases, and you've already been tested as the mommy and the daddy, so why not be able to have the choice And that's all it is. It's just the relationship with your doctor, asking these critical questions of your physician, and then going through it. And I shared with you, I have a niece, she and her husband just went through the exact same thing. And yet, if you just have a baby, what is your doctor going to say to you or that nurse when you start asking these questions? And the government officials right now in the Trump administration are saying it should be your choice as a parent. If you have zero risk and you've been tested, and especially if you are going to be home, let's say for 4 to 8 weeks, why can't you push it off? Depending on who you are, why shouldn't you have that choice? Why shouldn't you even be able to have the conversation, for crying out loud? That's the conversation that we're having right now in America. And we have never been allowed to even bring this up without being called terrible, horrible parents. And in some cases, they can call the social worker on you because we've seen that happen in other places, right? So that's what's going on. And so I'm thankful for the conversation. Maybe you as the parent will say, you know what, I've tested positive, or I have a potential caregiver who's tested positive, or maybe my kid is going to go in when they're 3 days old in a daycare and I want them to have these vaccines. Okay, but let's be armed with all of the information and let's make sure that the parents can have and mom can have a conversation with the doctor, right? Mom and dad, and that you can make these educated decisions without being judged and preached to, without being forced to do something that you don't even fully understand, okay? And that's what's going on here. You heard Bernie Sanders and the back and forth with this. Bernie Sanders trying to reach out and defend this now fired CDC official, Menares, with the CDC. I'll just point out to you, restore the credibility. And one way that you restore credibility with all of these parents and new moms and dads, as I speak, have lost faith in the CDC, have lost faith in our institutions. In my humble opinion, this helps to restore the credibility and restore that faith because it's important. Your baby's health, your health, it all matters. And so restoring these relationships and these trust levels and putting back the trust within your doctor and making sure people go to the doctor, that matters. And just because you ask a question, that certainly does not ever mean that you're so-called anti-science or anti-vax. I stand before you fully. I just got my, the tetanus. You got to keep up on that one. I'm always in the yard. You don't want to step on a rusty nail or whatever. So I'm fully vaccinated. It's not about that. It's really about the freedom to get the information in our great nation and try to make sure that we're all up to date on the information first, right? Before you're up to date on the vaccinations, if that's what's going on. So we have that. Dan Borowski, do I have to take a break here? I'm sorry, I'm way over. We have a lot of breaking news, a ton developing, an upcoming guest as well. Quick break here, and we'll be right back.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As we learned last night more about the accused Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson, charged obviously with capital murder, facing the death penalty, state charges where Utah, of course, they can carry out the death penalty with a firing squad, and prosecutors made it very clear that yes, they are seeking the death penalty against this accused, alleged assassin, despite the fact that I understand that in the court records and what has been released, all of that information, which is compelling, that he essentially, they published this, confessed to his roommate, friend, and lover, trans lover, who he confessed on Discord. And so they released that, but we still have to say alleged. And I thought that, the Utah County attorney there, Jeff Gray, as he was announcing those formal charges, he was very careful as a veteran prosecutor, because he wants to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed, because he wants to make sure that this procedure is proper and legal, because that mitigates and minimizes the possibilities of the appeals process. So we know in death penalty cases, sometimes you've criticized me for saying that in death penalty cases, it can cost in the millions, costing taxpayers, taking a toll on the victims' families, on the community, millions of dollars, because here in America, we value so greatly due process that we allow these individuals, we the people, we pay this, millions of dollars in these high profile, especially capital cases, death penalty cases like this one, millions of dollars. That's the cost for individuals who have the right to these appeals that go on and on and on. And I'll just remind you of the murder of our great police officer, Danny Faulkner. We all feel like Maureen Faulkner, the widow, right? She's like family to us. Why? Because these individuals, that so-called Wesley Cook, Mumia Abu-Jamal, these guys get great treatment in our system to appeal over and over and over in this case. And Jeff Gray there in Utah knows that full well, and that's why he is doing this by the book, making sure, and that's why you wonder, why are they calling this guy Mr. Robinson? The judge is so polite. They want to make sure this thing is by the book. They want to mitigate as much as possible these accused scumbags, if you will, accused, alleged, because they want to make sure the due process happens, minimize the situation with all of the appeals rights, right? That they can't say, well, they were unfair. They didn't give this guy a good shake. They violated thus and such. See, that's what part of it is. We are learning more of the details about what's going to happen this coming up Sunday morning. An incredible tribute being planned, money and donations and your love as well pouring into not just the family and widow of Charlie Kirk, but to Turning Point USA. And it is a turning point in our nation. My next guest, a friend to Charlie Kirk, has dedicated his life's work now to the name and the mission of Charlie Kirk. And you're going to hear from Lucas Miles up next and what he's working on. Stay right there because this is riveting, incredible what Lucas has in store. We'll be right back.
The kids are back at school, so it's time to get back to style at Bucks County Estate Traders. Save 20 to 50% off store-wide. Explore all styles here with high-quality furniture and statement pieces. Discover nearly 20,000 unique items from 18th century American and European design to mid-century modern and contemporary showstoppers. Shop online with code STYLE2025 at BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or visit their Hatfield showroom. Open 7 days a week. Sale runs through the 20th. Excludes gift cards and new arrivals.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Do you have $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is letting everyone know about great debt relief options now available to help people with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of your credit card debt. Get a free debt relief consultation when you call 800-201-7676. 800-201-7676. 800-201-7676.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Everyone knows Champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of a delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about crimpets. Oh yeah, I love crimpets. A uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from the house, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Lucas Miles just ahead. You want to hear from him, Pastor Lucas Miles, his life's work, his latest book, and what's in store for tributes to Charlie Kirk. Like I say, this coming up Sunday morning in Phoenix, Arizona, their stadium is going to be filled, and among the speakers, President Trump, Vice President Vance. This coming up Sunday morning. They're going to stream the whole thing live. And obviously, Charlie Kirk's widow, Erica, many others. I believe Tulsi Gabbard's going to be there as well. But the list is long. But President Trump will be there as one of the keynote speakers paying tribute to our late, great, and I know hugely missed Charlie Kirk. I just want to highlight this for you and get back into this just for one moment, because I cannot emphasize this enough with the so-called nihilist terror groups that are in America. So this was on my radar maybe early summer, maybe around May, that I was reading about this, because as a parent of, teenagers, and this is something that, like I say, middle school, it really gets going in high school and junior high school, and then college. And they're targeting young Americans. In particular, they're targeting young men, boys and men. And so in this one, for example, and this was about a week ago, the FBI had released the information. Remember the church shooting that happened at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis? And so the feds had released that, in fact, they felt that shooter had indeed been influenced by this online subculture of what's being called a nihilistic, violent, extremist terror network, if you will. So some of them are not formal organized groups. Apparently, some of them are well-funded. It depends whether or not they're domestic or whether they're foreign. And there are many of these in the FBI. This has come onto their radar, especially, I'll say last May, they started talking about it and putting out warnings and that sort of thing. And so whether it's Sandy Hook Elementary School, the Pittsburgh synagogue shooter that happened right here in Pennsylvania, as well as many others. And so I just want to revisit that just for a moment, that in fact, just a week ago, I had been reading about it, that the FBI is spending more time understanding this, the FBI's nihilistic, violent, extremist definitions, what that means. But it explains to you, just real quick here, it explains to you the why. Why did J.D. Vance and others earlier this week talk about these terror groups, perhaps well-funded, that were being looked into, these hate groups, so-called? It goes deeper than that, and there's an organization level to it. Understand sometimes when our officials are speaking about this and when they're so angry about it, they've been briefed way ahead of us. And I believe that that's what they were referring to. And this is under investigation right now. And that's what you heard, just to circle all this together and wrap it up. And that's what Hans von Spakovsky is referring to when he says, after the fact, if people are complicit with a heinous killing, they can be charged federally. So let's get to it. Do we have Lucas here?
He just dropped off. We're going to get him here. Let's take a quick 2-minute break if you could.
Okay, quick break. And Lucas Miles, stay right there. You want to hear Lucas Miles, friend to Charlie Kirk, his latest mission just ahead.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
Weather sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
A slow-moving storm system over coastal Virginia will keep the forecast unsettled today. Clouds continue with showers at times, especially south of Philadelphia, high 72. Mostly cloudy tonight, still the chance for a few showers, low 64. And for Thursday, clouds giving way to some sunshine. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano, and I'm thrilled to tell you that beginning in September, my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz, is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues or a general dentist that can use some backup on complicated issues, Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. Call Dr. Bentz 610-272-6949 or visit bentzdentalgroup.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Lucas Miles, his latest book, as he has many books, but the latest book, Pagan Threat, Confronting America's Godless Uprising, with Turning Point USA. Joining me now, a local pastor there of your church, Influence. But Lucas, thank you for joining me and for joining the Dawn Show. First and foremost, my heart is with you and my prayers are with you as we grieve your friend's loss. There are just no words to even express how sad we are to see what has happened with our American icon, our beloved Charlie Kirk.
There will never be another Charlie Kirk, and just all of us here, we appreciate so much the prayers and support that have been just offered and really that are pouring in from around the nation, and we're so grateful for that. And so thanks for having me on the show to give a chance just to give a tribute to him.
Absolutely. I know that for your book, it becomes more important than ever as we realize what's going on. I know it's your life's mission now, as I think you're right. I don't think there will ever be another voice, another Charlie Kirk, but we can all try, right? And so that's something that for parents, for grandparents, caregivers, to think about this pagan threat, what's going on in America. Tell us about your new book and why you feel that your mission is, I don't know, fortified as you try to move on and wrap your brain around this tragedy.
I appreciate that. I mean, obviously, when I wrote this book and asked Charlie to be a part of the project and writing it forward, I had, no concept that it was going to be the pagan threat that would take his life. And we have seen, I think, for far too long, and Charlie's been warning, really as a prophetic voice in many ways for a decade now, about this indoctrination, this infiltration of our American way of life with these false ideologies, Marxism, things like, trans ideology that have just really devastated and decimated this younger generation. And so this book, Pagan Threat, when I was putting it together, I sought to really create a roadmap for the church and moving ahead, strategic, really divine strategy on how we can begin to confront these ideas and really start winning when it comes to sharing the gospel and communicating a biblical worldview.
And it just seems to me as we think about, and by the way, congratulations to the fact that Lucas Miles, your book, I looked at it on Amazon. It's probably it's rising very quickly in the top 10 of Amazon where you can order it. But for this, I think it really reflects this vacancy that we have where people are being spoon-fed what they should believe and these ridiculous definitions, talking points. And I think for Charlie, to me, he was a true evangelist in our nation who was bringing this message and this light. And I just wonder for you, moving on with your mission, thinking about even this Sunday with the memorial service, what's your message to people to honor your friend Charlie Kirk's memory?
Everything that everyone loved about Charlie, his ability to be able to, just logically proceed through an argument, or the way in which he was willing to hear opposing views from the other side and actually listen to them and respond, the dignity that he gave his fellow man in the course of these debates. But even more than that, the values, his emphasis on faith and liberty and freedom, all of that was undergirded by a foundation of the gospel And that is what he really stood on. That was the thing that drove even his involvement in American politics. That's what drove Charlie Kirk, was his faith in Jesus Christ. And so, our hope is that people, and I think that they are, church attendance has exploded this last week. I've talked to people from across the country that I haven't talked to in years that have said, hey, I was wrong. I apologize. You know what, I realize now that this is a spiritual battle. I want to get in the fight. And I just hope that America can come together, on the other side of this tragedy, uplift the name of Jesus, honor Charlie's life, and really begin to do the work necessary to move forward in the sharing and the communication of the gospel to such an extent that a revival truly breaks out for decades to come across this country.
And that's what I feel is happening. Lucas, as we have the conversation, I have two sons, one a teenager, one is early 20s, college age. And so these are the young men who are impacted, these generations now. And I love online, even children as young as 12 years old, the I Am Charlie Kirk movement, to see new faces, new generations. I imagine, although I can hear it in your voice, as you were just on Newsmax, you're doing these interviews and trying to keep his memory alive, but as well for you personally, how are you doing and how are you coping with all of this? I imagine you're still in shock.
Well, I appreciate that so much. Look, there were a lot of us around Charlie that, have been in the fight and in the trenches with him. I've been at the team for about going on a year and a half now. It's been the honor of my life to serve alongside of him. We have team members that have been with Charlie for a decade. As you can imagine, the hurt is immense for all of us. I'm here in Phoenix now, just been trying to spend time at our headquarters, really trying to pastor the team. I had shared with my church on Sunday before I came out here, because I still pastor a church in Indiana, that, I'm confident I probably haven't really addressed or dealt with this in my own heart yet, but there will be time for that in the future. Right now, I think it's very important. I think what Charlie would want is just to make sure that the team is cared for, and that's where my focus is, from especially the TPUSA faith staff. And we're gonna take time to heal, and we're gonna celebrate Charlie well this weekend. But the mission's gonna move forward.
And so, number one, everybody needs to get the book. If you haven't ordered it already, it's Pagan Threat: Confronting America's Godless Uprising. Pastor Lucas Miles here. For those who can't make it on Sunday, it will be live streamed, I understand, starting Sunday morning, 10 o'clock in the morning. Beyond that, I've seen the explosion of these Turning Point USA requests for new chapters. But we have such an involved, loyal audience. How do people get involved, and where do we go from here?
Yeah, we've had, I think it's now in the it's like 58,000 or something new chapter applications that have come in to our college and high school division. TPUSA Faith is exploding with job applicants and pastors that are saying, I want to get in the fight and I want to be part of this. If people want to, really say, how can I help immediately? They can go to tpusa.com. They can donate there. They can also go to tpusafaith.com in order to support the work that I'm doing there with my team. And this is I think an immediate thing that people can do. But look, we're going to need a lot of boots on the ground. This surge of interest, I'm sure it's going to take us a little bit of time to calibrate and to what I would call widen the mouth of the funnel to make room for everybody to get involved in this fight. But I encourage people just to keep on us and to keep communicating their desire. And we're going to find a way to change America for a generation and more to come.
I believe so. Lucas Miles, God bless you and Godspeed. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. Lucas Miles, it's Pagan Threat: Confronting America's Godless Uprising. Like you said, you can go to TPUSA, Turning Point USA, faith.com, see all about them and all about Pastor Lucas and the team there. And again, it's this Sunday morning upcoming. I believe that vigil starts at 10 o'clock in the morning. I don't have a schedule as far as when President Trump will be speaking. It's a prayer service. So just wanted to give you that heads up as we talk about it. And he started out as a local pastor, Influence Church, and then got to know Charlie Kirk, and then they became friends, and then ended up working for Turning Point USA himself. That's why he relocated from the Midwest into Phoenix, where they're based, and where Erica and Charlie worked as well. So I knew you wanted to hear about that. So thank you, Dan, for setting him up. I appreciate it for sure. Dan, I felt you could hear in his voice, because he's doing all of these interviews. It cannot be easy to have lost a friend.
Yeah.
I can't even imagine the strength that would take physically and emotionally, but you can hear it in his voice.
Yeah. And he was a close friend, and it's clear that this guy, who's incredibly faithful himself, just watched his very faithful friend. Yeah, it's a horrific situation for the guy.
Everybody, and you know this if we've seen each other. I mean, every time I see somebody who I haven't seen in a while or since, and we see each other in person, it's hugging. A lot of us have just cried together. There's something that is going on with this, and it's not just a pundit or and not to, God forbid, diminish anything that happens on any given news day. That's not what this is with Charlie Kirk. He was somebody who broke through and had an emotional connection to people. And that's why it's really important to me personally to say it's not about this is not political. That's not what this is. And I will even say this to you, that what I realize now in putting all of this together is that we remember J13, obviously, with the assassination attempt of our great president, Donald Trump, is that there was a noticeable something, a turning point with with then candidate Trump, right? With what happened there. I believe as well that Charlie Kirk had something about him, as people who are born again Christians, who have this faith within them, who have invited the Holy Spirit, who have been saved, as the term goes. That's an influence that people like that, the bright lights in this world, if you will, have on others. I believe Charlie Kirk had that impact on Donald Trump. I do. And I think that that's what we saw over the weekend, even with President Trump after this, his reaction to this assassination. And then when you even saw him the next day on September 11th, there at the Ground Zero and the 24th commemoration of our nation's tragedy of September 11th. And President Trump was changed, in my humble opinion, and even moving forward, as he genuinely is grieving his friend, Charlie Kirk. But also it does make you question faith, makes you question God. And so part of the belief of a Christian is that Charlie Kirk is in this better place, and that it's right and good to pay tribute to his life, the work he did on earth, and carry that on. And that's really the mandate that I think every one of us is now feeling. How has it changed you? Has it changed you? Has it dawned on you, if you will, that he's gone, but now I'm seeing people become Christians or get involved? And even people, whether they're famous people or not, say, wow, I saw this guy online. I thought it was a little bit of a shtick. I thought he was a political guy. But now I'm looking at this and I'm seeing this through different eyes, because I realize, many are saying this to me, they realize that he put himself out there with people and made himself vulnerable, if honestly, truly. But as well, all of his words, everything he says has a new meaning when you see it now the second time or the third time. And now it hits you differently and hits your heart and your soul differently. 855-839-1210 is the number if you'd like to sound off on that. I'll move on to other headlines of the day. There's a lot. But let's talk about what you got to do as we transition from spring now to the fall, because officially fall takes place, what is it, September 22nd? We say goodbye to summertime, a new season. And that really brings in my friends from Marvin E. Cans as we think about all of this changing. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com, MarvinECans.com. My guys, You know, we had that Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split that Marvin E. Cans installed. What a game changer, especially for an area with poor ventilation, maybe a lack of duct work, whether it's a lower level, maybe you have a historic or older home that doesn't provide all the great duct work that you need. This is what you need, the Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning unit. It's fantastic. You're going to love it. Energy efficient as well. MarvinECans.com is who you call. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
They don't turn down your Republican dollars, do they? Oh, no. When you sit in the nosebleeds at Lincoln Financial and pay $175, they don't care if you're Republican or Democrat then, do they? You know, it's not about blue or red. It's about green. You know why? Because the NFL is about capitalism, and they are greedy pigs. It ain't about player safety. It ain't about social and cultural. It's about revenue. So they love when a wealthy Republican will buy season tickets.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Inflation, interest rates, and the Fed. How to make sense of it all? Join Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Saturdays at 5 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We recently received a call from an injured person. The insurance company had offered them $11,000. We took the case over and got more than $2 million in court. Morgan & Morgan.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Let's take it live. I can't resist. Famous retired college football coach. It's Tommy Tuberville. So here it is. It's live with the CDC former
trust,
chief.
And that was really my number one concern, because President Trump was elected by the American people to make change. Mm-hmm. And our healthcare system during COVID, there was a lot of things that were exposed. Mm-hmm. CDC was one of them. We were looking for somebody that could run the CDC for change and get the trust back of the American people. Do you agree or disagree that the CDC director reports to the HHS secretary?
The CDC director does report to the HHS secretary.
Yeah. Do you believe that President Trump has the right and the authority to pick his cabinet?
He does.
Okay. After you were nominated, what kind of conversations did you have with Secretary Kennedy before your confirmation, or was there any?
Between the nomination and the confirmation, I don't recall any engagement.
What about before your nomination period?
We did have some conversations, yes.
Yeah. Very positive, I hope.
He was excited about my priorities: restoring trust, transforming public health infrastructure, modernizing the agency, preparing for the next pandemic. We had some productive engagements about the technological innovations that I wanted to bring to CDC. I was enthusiastic, and I believe he was as well.
So the problem I have here is probably this conversation should have been maybe a little bit more private of after all this. That's how I handled all mine, if people were let go, back when I had some kind of control over a situation. But that being said, it's hard to explain, here, to find out who's telling the truth, because there's a lot of discrepancies on both sides after Secretary Kennedy and now you here today. The American people want bureaucrats to understand You're not elected. We didn't elect you. We want you to do your job, okay? And I think you agree with that. America needs better than this at the end of the day. And so I'm going to ask you some questions here. And, did you tell the secretary you were untrustworthy?
He asked me. He didn't ask me. He told me he could not trust me. He told me he could not trust me because I had shared information related to our conversation beyond his staff. I told him, if you cannot trust me, then you can fire me.
Okay. Did you remove or work to actively undermine political leadership appointed by President Trump?
I don't believe so.
Anybody in the CDC? Nobody? Did you remove? Once you got into office, was anybody removed?
No one was
fired?
removed.
Were they changed positions?
There were no political appointees that I changed positions.
Okay. Did you refuse to update the CDC website despite being instructed to do so, including things from the CDC website like birthing people, health equity, a policy that came down from the President of the United States? Did you refuse to do that?
No,
Not whatsoever.
I did not refuse to do that.
Okay. That's all I got, Mr. Chairman.
So that's Senator Tommy Tuberville. As you know, or maybe you remember this, but he has been outspoken regarding all this, the turmoil at the CDC and defending HHS Secretary Robert F. Kennedy after the firing of the woman who you just heard there, CDC Director Susan Menares. And so part of this is the American people deserve transparency. So she is somebody who was brought in to restore the credibility, and they're trying to get to the bottom of this. What the heck happened? Is this, in truth, a situation where she was frustrated and she didn't like what RFK Jr. was doing? Was she undermining him? Because in any business, I'll be honest, I'm not allowed to, you can't do that, right? I can't do it to my boss. I can't, in the private sector, you couldn't do it if you're trying to go behind the back of your boss and say things about him or whatever. So was that it, or is there more to it? I think they're trying to figure it out. She had just been hired like weeks before this whole thing went down. Late August, I'll say. And so we want the transparency. We want to know what the heck happened. And also at the same time, you want to keep RFK Jr. on the Bobby Kennedy as well accountable. Is there an issue with his managerial skills? I'll be honest. I mean, that's part of what I evaluate. I'm thinking, okay, is she just a disingenuous person who's very good at sounding like she's the perfect hire? She came highly recommended. They thought she would do a great job. What the heck happened here? And so, or is she that person who just wanted the gig and then would say anything to get it once she got in there, was disingenuous, was lying to her boss's face, going behind his back? What is happening here? And then remember, when she was fired, there were many, even of the newbies, who left and threw a hissy fit. I don't have the answer for you. I'm just trying to be transparent and bring you the breaking news. And I think in that exchange, I think that actually Alabama Senator Tommy Tuberville, I think he says, all right, I don't know what to believe. I don't know what your take is, but I think he's like, well, I don't know what the heck to think here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't see them blasting her. And I think that they don't know what to think, but they want the transparency, and they're just saying, hey, we deserve better than this. The only thing I will, a little bit of him saying, well, I would have done things differently. I would have not had this be so public. Was that a slam at her or RFK Jr.? I think it was. Here's somebody who was a head coach, right? College football coach, had to deal with a lot. Oh my goodness, he had to deal with a whole lot of drama in his career that probably never saw the light of day. To me personally, I'm just saying, not for nothing, I think that the former coach, Tuberville, is saying, RFK Jr., you know what I mean? You got to manage here, dude, and make sure that you deal with people in a way that this doesn't all become messy in public. That's my take. I'll just say that's my little take. And this is friendly fire. These are Republican. You just heard Rand Paul, who was tougher on her, as he's a doctor, and so he was essentially saying that he was catching her in, because Senator Rand Paul has read everything, and so he's calling her out, calling BS on her. But for Tommy Tuberville, he's somebody with managerial coaching, right, at the college level, ton of drama, ton of experience. I think he also is saying, let's learn to manage people better because we're all friendlies here, and let's not have this. Let's just make it better and do better.
Did you want to revisit Rand Paul? I have a little bit of his audio.
Okay.
Does the COVID vaccine prevent transmission?
The COVID vaccine can reduce viral load in individuals who are...
Does it prevent transmission?
When you have reduced viral load, you will have reduced transmission.
But in other words, it doesn't prevent transmission. You can still transmit the virus if you've had the vaccine. In fact, there's been reduced ability to interfere with transmission over time. And what we've found is the most recent one since Omicron is down around 16% reduction, if there is a reduction. Does the COVID vaccine reduce hospitalization for children under 18?
It can.
It doesn't. The statistics are inconclusive, and the reason you can't prove that it does is there's so few people under 18 that go to the hospital. The numbers are extraordinarily small. There's like 76 million kids under 18 in our country. 183 died, and a few thousand went to the hospital in 2020 and 2021. And since then, the numbers have dropped precipitously, and the idea and the issue needs to be discussed. But the COVID vaccine is not reducing hospitalization. It's not statistically significant.
Yeah, and that's a fact. And that is the science. And so you saw in that exchange right there, you do see the differences here. I still think both Republican senators together paint a good picture for us. I'll just say that. You know, this morning, on 6 o'clock this morning on Kale and Company, and throughout the day, as you know, I was talking about this story that's now making national news with Philadelphia DA Larry Krasner, as he is in these town halls. There's another town hall tonight. There's another one tomorrow night. And in this one, choosing, and this is a choice, and it's personally insulting to me as a Philadelphia resident and a longtime resident, and that is, rather than talk to the community about solutions, he's taking the low-hanging fruit that his fellow, I'll say progressives, I'm not even going to say Democrats, because the Democrat Party has been hijacked, okay, by individuals like Krasner. And so it's wrong. But in particular, when you think about what has happened within the past week, not only did we have September 11th, 24 years later, and the pain of that moment, but also we are under attack by another kind of terrorist, allegedly. That's part of the investigation here. This tragic, horrifying assassination of the great American icon, I tell you, Charlie Kirk, has changed us. And for Krasner, in the wake of that, to hold these town halls, in churches no less, and evoke these words of things like fascist, which he knows full well that was etched on a bullet intended for Charlie, it's horrifying. It really is. We'll continue that conversation. Before we go, and Dom Giordano is standing by, before we go, a reminder to you as we think about the end of the fiscal year and a new fiscal year upcoming. Dan Piazza was actually with us live last Friday talking about this as he was meeting with business leaders. I'll remind you that 2 p.m. today, we're going to hear from the Federal Reserve. They're expected to finally do something about the interest rates. That's going to happen live. But if you're considering purchasing an electric vehicle, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they want to remind you the $7,500 federal tax credit on new EVs ends at the end of this month, September 30th. $7,500 toward a new, let's say, BMW i4, i5, or i7, a Jaguar I-Pace, Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE. you can visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month, September 30th. And yes, get that EV you know you've been dreaming of. PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. Do it today. That EV tax credit runs out just less than a couple weeks. I can't wait to hear from Dom Giordano, who I know has an opinion about this. Dom Giordano.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro.
LeafFilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Eagles defensive tackle Jordan Davis is really coming into his own. He was a highly publicized first-round draft choice coming out of Georgia in 2022. He didn't play poorly, but he also never took over a game. This year, he reported to camp about 30 pounds lighter. His stamina is improved, and in each of the first 2 games, he's had a big impact. Against the Chiefs, he was exceptional. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live.
Yes, it is Dom time. Not a moment to waste. 2 of my all-time favorites, Scott Jennings later in the show, but kicking it off, the one and only Bill O'Reilly, fresh off 9/11 in the box with President Trump at Yankee Stadium. But today is a perfect day to have Bill O'Reilly on. He probably, he does so many interviews, so much of his own stuff. I'll never forget Constitution Day. O'Reilly, when the left was tearing down statues, what he said the real target was. And, of course, the author of Confronting Evil, Assessing the Worst of the Worst. Let's go to Bill O'Reilly. Bill, happy Constitution Day. Thanks for joining us.
All right, Liberty Bell still in Philly, and we are happy about that.
Well, absolutely. Bill, many years ago, it seems like a lot, you were on, I think it was a book, something else, and we were talking about the statues coming down, the attack. And I'm not going to make a brief for some of these Southern generals, but, what happened in Charlottesville, Trump didn't say anything out of line. And you dismissed that and said the left's real argument is here, why they're doing this. They want to go after the Constitution. On Constitution Day, it restrains them in ways that stop having mob action.
Well, look, the evolution of any country is complicated. And the mindset of the Founding Fathers was we have to protect the American people from tyrants. And the tyrants are not just foreign, that you can have a tyrant in the country itself. And therefore, we're going to set up a system of check and balances to make it very difficult for a leader or a movement to abuse the people. We want to give the people the maximum amount of freedom that we can give them. That's the Second Amendment, the arms and all that. You can protect yourself. And we want to have three distinct branches of government so that one can't override the other, and that it has to balance itself out. And I think it worked great. I still think it works great.
Yep.
But we do have now a movement in the country that wants to change all this, the progressive movement.
Yes. Bill, let's go back to last Thursday. You get the invite from the president. You've been at huge events before. I'm sure it's a bit inconvenient to go to Yankee Stadium, but it is 9/11. Your president, I think I saw this on Twitter, calls, and whoever the president is, Bill O'Reilly, is going to answer the call. And the thing that I went on in that box that was a key to me is what you said about President Trump and maybe Trump getting it in the way that I do, and you certainly do. You wrote about Putin as one of the worst of the worst. What indicator do you have from the president that he sees that?
Well, I can't really tell you specifically, but I know, obviously, that there are strategies going on to negate what Putin is doing. And it has to happen because one of the things that President Trump's aware of is the perception of American power. So you cannot allow a guy like Putin to lob missiles into Poland to provoke NATO without a response. The problem with Putin is that he is so unstable, so dangerous, armed and dangerous with nuclear weapons, that you've got to go about it in a very methodical way, and you've got to get him in a position where he is weakened. And you can do that through sanctions, economic sanctions, but they have to be draconian. The other way you can do it is to ally nations like China and India and say, look, do you really want World War III? Is this what you want, this huge situation that would disrupt the entire world, including your economies? Because that's what this guy is trying to do. He's trying to upset the balance of power in the world, which has existed since 1945. And he wants to reimpose the Soviet Union by force. Is that what you want? President Xi, is that what you want? Prime Minister Modi? And I think those discussions are underway.
Bill, the other item, Charlie Kirk and President Trump. What are your thoughts? And again, Evil, your book, Confronting Evil, is right on time. And I think it's pretty clear to me, whatever ABC seems to think, with that correspondent talking about this guy's romantic side, this is evil.
Oh, that was terrible. Look, the guy's an evil guy. There's no doubt about it. And he spread evil to his own family. Imagine them. Oh, my God.
Mm-hmm.
And then the family, of course, of Charlie Kirk. So you have a position now where the network news, the five corporations that are allied against Donald Trump and the conservative movement, don't know what to do. And their indoctrination is so severe that you'll get a correspondent totally inappropriate trying to engender some sympathy for this assassin. I mean, if you just step back and look at it, it's insane. So I'm in a position now where, people are reading the book, Confronting Evil. I've got a lot of media opportunities, and I'm just almost flabbergasted because I worked at ABC under Peter Jennings. This could have never happened.
I know you did. Absolutely.
Could have never happened. There doesn't seem to be any editors or anybody in place that would bring any sense of decorum. That's the word, decorum. Say to the correspondent, what are you doing? This is not the story. It's not part of the story. It has nothing to do with the story. The story is that this guy allegedly assassinated an innocent man devastating his family and the country. That's the story. Not some text he wrote his partner or whatever you want to call a person. I mean, it's really shocking.
It is. It's probably the most shocking. The day is young, Bill, that we've seen from the other side on this. Now, when you're doing the media tour, and I'm glad to hear that people are picking up on this with you, is there any challenge to any of these, like Putin? Does anybody challenge? I mean, some of these people on the, I don't know if I call them a conservative side, they think the credential. I saw it on Twitter, too, after we saw the 9/11 thing, and you were trending on Twitter, saying, well, I love Bill O'Reilly, but why doesn't he understand this about Putin? What's the hate he has for Putin? I'm thinking, what's the hate he has for Putin? My God.
Yeah, he's only slaughtering hundreds of thousands of civilians in Ukraine.
Right.
So you're always going to get people like this. I mean, what are you going to do? There are people who just live in a world that doesn't exist. They make up the world. They think Putin is okay or whatever it is. I don't even take them seriously anymore. What I do take seriously is the corporate media, which has an amazing amount of power, using that power in a way that is not constructive to the nation, and that's where we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill, Randy Weingarten now starting to do interviews. I've interviewed her 3 times. She's really provocative guest, but in the middle of this, dedicating her union and the public schools to fighting fascism, translation, fighting Trump.
Look, if anybody is still in the zone of Trump's a fascist, he's a Nazi, he's Hitler, that is just like the delusional coverage that ABC correspondent brought to the Charlie Kirk story. I was at an event a few weeks ago where Carl Bernstein said we live in a police state. He was on stage. He goes, well, we live in a police state. I'm sitting there going, if that were true, you wouldn't be on the stage saying we live in a police state.
Exactly.
The police state would have negated you a long time ago. But this kind of foolishness, and that's what it is, just foolish thinking. You know, I think we have to rise above it now, Dom. And we have to get to the true danger to the country, which is evil. That's the true danger.
Absolutely. I remember the last time you were here. That's what you identified. Bill, for people who haven't heard you on this book, give me another figure in here that really interested you and the people working with you when you researched them, something you found. Putin is the first page I turned to, obviously. But who else really intrigued you in this?
Well, the drug cartels are killing millions of people all over the world. And we spotlight 2 of the guys that headed this up, and they make billions of dollars. They don't have to keep doing it, but they do keep doing it. Why? You can't spend the money. You got billions of dollars off the deaths of millions of people all over the world and enslavement and destruction and everything like that, and you continue to do it. And then the Mexican government, the Venezuelan government, other countries allow you to do it. And, we have people saying, oh, no, the United States shouldn't be blowing Venezuelan boats out of the water. Are you kidding? I mean, what's the difference between ISIS, where we, knock them out as designated terrorists who are killing people, but not on the scale of the cartels?
Bill,
the cartels are way, way more dangerous than ISIS.
Bill, on this Twitter thing, I saw in there, too, maybe it was a subtext to this, when you were in China, and that was quite a visit, talking to the Chinese government about fentanyl. What's the reaction when you say that's not going to fly? At some point, Trump is going to push back hard on that.
Chinese never tell you what they're thinking.
Mm-hmm.
So the conversation was, if you want President Trump to visit Beijing, which I believe he will do, if you want that, you're going to have to give him something. And the easiest thing to give him is to get out of the fentanyl business. And then one of the Politburo said to me, well, we're not in that. We just make the precursors. And this was really the only time there was, a confrontation. I looked at him. I said, do you need to do that? The Chinese government need to do that?
Mm-hmm.
Silence. Because they don't need to do it. They don't need to be in that business. And if you got out of the business, that makes it any negotiation on trade, on Putin, on other things, a lot easier. Those are the points I was trying to make to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Bill, confronting evil, assessing the worst of the worst, couldn't be more timely. And it seems every day it's like something you can add more chapters to, but you really have identified a few that are outside the box that we don't routinely think about.
Well, my job as a journalist / historian is to alert Americans to what is actually happening in the country. And if you look at the pattern of the book, all of these horrible people were enabled by their subjects. The German people gave Hitler the power. The Persian people gave the Ayatollah the power. The Russian people, the China people. I mean, Mao Zedong killed 20 million Chinese of his own people. He starved them to death. You go to Beijing, there's Mao's picture.
Mm-hmm.
What if an American had killed 20 million? You think his picture would be everywhere?
No, absolutely not. Where's the best place to get the book? BillO'Reilly.com, bookstores, Amazon?
Yeah, I mean, if you become a premium or concierge member on BillO'Reilly.com, you get it free, which is an excellent deal. But it's everywhere. We sold 75,000 copies in the first 6 days.
That is record territory. Bill, thank you. Congratulations again. Very timely book.
I appreciate you having me back, Dom. Thank you.
All right, Bill O'Reilly here to kick off the show on Talk Radio 1210. Now, last night, and Henry, thank you. This is an extensive list today, so it's like I don't know which one is my favorite piece of sound to go to.
Seriously.
But I am looking for, because I wanted to make a point here, and maybe I told you this too. Scott Jennings last night was billed as being, he's on the show today at 1:15 as the angry Scott, and he got angry at an exchanger coming off Montel Williams. You know which one that is?
I believe it's 31.
Yeah, 31. That's right. So Montel surfaces. I have a Montel story, which I'll tell you in a moment.
Ooh,
I don't think you've heard. Yeah. Montel surfaces. I'm going, Rocco says, who is that? I said, that's Montel Williams. She couldn't believe it. I mean, he used to have that military bearing. He was one of the 3 biggest hosts, daytime TV, imaginable.
Yeah.
And it was sort of like, because I was on the Jerry Springer show. I didn't get into a brawl or anything, but I'll explain in a moment.
Oh, boy.
So here is Montel, setting this up, and Scott Jennings venting his anger last night, and he is angry. He was a friend of Charlie Kirk, among other things. Here's how it sounded.
Can we, for 1 second, understand that as we continue, Scott just got all angry, got real mad. Face it, it's got to be this, it's got to be this, it's got to be this. Why can't we have a discussion about how long is it going to take for us to figure out a way to come back together?
Just to be clear, I am angry.
Can we just let him finish?
I am angry.
Scott.
No, we can't let him finish.
Scott, I'll let you talk in just a second. Go ahead.
Could we spend as much time figuring out how we bridge this and come back together again? You know, I used to have a note on my producer's desk when I did my show that was said, we don't belabor what happens, we try to figure out why it happens and come up with solutions. Right now, all we're doing is belaboring what happened over and over and over and over again. We're not going to sit down and try to figure out how do we stop it. If we want to
got to
stop
go after left-wing terrorists.
That's a woman
That's
I'm trying to
actually
get
exactly
on.
the
Brianna.
conversation we're having is we're acknowledging there's a problem.
So anybody who disagrees with you is a left-wing terrorist?
Absolutely not, but if they target a conservative and murder him in brutal fashion, he's probably a left-wing terrorist.
Let me answer your question.
Yes, that person is a murderer.
You said,
we can all acknowledge that.
You said I am angry, and I'm just telling. I am channeling the emotions of millions of conservatives.
Exactly.
Who are angry. They knew Charlie. They loved Charlie. They viewed Charlie as a mainstream conservative Republican voice who talked about issues that millions of Americans believe. He also talked about his faith. And he did it by going to college campuses, which are not normally hospitable to conservatives, and offering his opponents a microphone to have what we always say.
In support of what? In support of what?
Civil discourse.
Not only that, but support of the First Amendment.
And
He
guess what?
made sure that people had an opportunity to stand
He
in a room and talk.
He was murdered trying to do what we always say. Why don't we talk to each other? So yes, it's not even been a week. So you're going to have to give us a little grace on being angry about somebody who did what you always say that we should do. Let's talk.
We didn't
And he
get much
got
grace over.
And he got
more
killed.
than a week's grace over
So-
2 Michigan elected officials who were murdered.
Here we
Did
go
give-
again.
Was it 3 weeks before we decided to say that there was something wrong with Speaker Pelosi's husband being hit in the head with a hammer?
Pelosi husband.
By a
All
homeless
right, the
drug addict?
playbook.
I mean, it was terrible that happened. This is not the same kind of case.
All right, that's the point. Scott will be here at 1:15 today, and I, behind the scenes talking with him, he's channeling real anger. And usually you don't see that. Yeah.
Well, I've heard that argument a few times now. Like, obviously, we have a lot of
Right.
clips today, so I've
Yeah.
seen a lot of clips. It seems that everyone's argument is, well, what about the 2 Minnesota lawmakers that were murdered?
And
I don't hear anyone addressing them by their names. I would love,
Right, yeah.
I would love for someone on one of these
Right.
panels or
Yeah,
discussion to be like,
some
and,
people
and
do.
be like, and what are their names? Tell me their names.
yeah.
Montel, what's their names again?
Yeah, well,
they're not
you're
from
right.
Michigan, Montel. Minnesota.
Ted Cruz broke that down with Caitlin on the CNN about that, and it's a mix. It's not direct like this is. It's horrific. Give him the death penalty, but this is a political case. With Montel, I got invited there several times. The one time I went, it was about school shootings.
Oh, boy.
And they had this psychologist, and I'm standing up, she's standing up. I don't know how it got into this pitch thing. On set, as the show's going on, she walks out, slams doors, and all. You can hear all these doors resounding. And I'm just standing there continuing to talk. Janine Pirro was on with me, and they take 4 hours to prep as far as makeup and hair and all. I'm out there in 5 minutes. Janine was in there. That's all I'm saying. I going on for, it was like a whole day. I was on for like 4 minutes. And that's at the height of it when it was really, I don't know, it was like Springer, but this woman got nuts. But because I was talking about some of the things I saw in schools that allowed school shooters to get in. Too many doors. That set her off.
And she walked out right through one.
Oh, she started hollering and walked out right through one. Yes. All right, let me give you the side question. Coming up, we'll play you the stylings of the great man, Larry Krasner. And it's easy to blame Krasner violating the number one rule here. We're going to continue to say fascist and Hitler and all. Of course we are. It's the ministers. It's these ministers who allow him to use the church as a sanctuary like we're in medieval times. They're the Praetorian Guard. And if we got him on, I would ask, how much money do you get from the DA's office? Also, a friend of ours, Val from Delaware County, raises the issue with what has the Archdiocese of Philadelphia said about Charlie Kirk? I can't find anything. A lot of people on Twitter are appalled that their mass this past Sunday, that there wasn't anything said. You can tell me. I know that, at least I see it online, that St. Catherine of Siena, I believe it's tonight, at least when I looked on the Facebook, when I was Googling this stuff, is holding a vigil. But what has the Archdiocese of Philadelphia actually said about what happened here? All right, 855-839-1210.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Football fans don't just watch the game, they live it. From pregame rituals to postgame celebrations, PNC is proud to be presenting sponsor of the Eagles Radio Network and a devoted fan just like you. Fans who show up in full force in every kind of weather, because keeping your finances boring allows you to make exciting memories full of face paint, tailgates, and all the things that make game day. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/try and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/try. openphone.com/TRY.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. So I told you this one vigil tonight in the Northeast, St. Catherine of Siena, that I'm aware of, but I haven't seen colleges, which were where all this happened, where the main action was, put out statements about this. Everybody in that position should be doing that. All right, Krasner, first let me give you the side question, then Krasner. So coming back from Charleston, South Carolina, we were talking about, side question, things associated with the Carolinas. Thought that might be a little too limited. Maybe it would work. But definitely things associated with the South. And I have a few to take off today. So anything, person, place, thing, whatever, that comes to mind a little bit outside the box. Civil War will take off. And I have to say, experiencing it myself, I'm not saying every single person, but it is more polite, a lot more sirs, a lot more of that stuff, a lot of y'alls, constant y'all. There's one woman who was the tour guide for the carriage ride. By my count, and Ro made me stop, said you all 34 times. And she said, that's it. I don't want to hear any more counts. So I lost my count. It could have been 60. And it was a natural expression, unlike Josh Shapiro, who has to, he's from the...
Draw it up.
Yeah, he's from the hills of Abington. And I'll take the despicable grits off. Food is a big deal there. The food is different. And it's, in my view, substandard versus Philadelphia restaurants. Not as good. Not nearly as good. How about yours, Henry?
Yeah, so mine was kind of tie in with the manners thing here. So the other half of my answer here, it'd be college football. Obviously, the SEC does it bigger than everyone down there. They do it better than everyone.
Yep.
For the most part. And what I saw this weekend was kind of a clash between the politeness and the manners versus the craziness of college football.
Okay.
Because I was at the Link this weekend to watch Temple take on the Oklahoma Sooners. And I talked to some of the Oklahoma fans and be like, are you really an Oklahoma fan? Are you from Oklahoma? And they'd be like, yes, I am. I'm like, why'd you make the pilgrimage here? He's like, how often is Oklahoma going to play in Philadelphia? And they couldn't be nicer. And it's like, that's the same reason why we're here. How many times is Temple going to play Oklahoma? So, they couldn't be nicer people. However, what a bunch of crybabies when it comes to the football game.
Yeah.
Temple couldn't get a first down without their entire fan base, whining and crying like, that's a flag, that's a penalty. What are you doing? What are you looking at, ref? And I'm like, it's 35-3 and it's not even halftime. Give him a break. Let him get a first down without you guys getting all riled up. It was I couldn't take it. They were driving me crazy there.
All right, SEC politeness and mixed in. The
Yeah,
savage
mixed
rip.
in.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay, Kirk, do you have one?
I would say the hospitality too.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I would
Without
agree.
doubt.
Yeah, that's part of the pace, politeness, manners, and the
I love the saying.
hospitality.
Bless your
Yes.
heart can mean one of two things. It could be
Yeah.
good.
Oh, bless your heart.
Exactly
Oh, yeah,
right.
yeah, definitely. No, at hospitality, I would agree with all those. So hit us with something maybe a little bit offbeat. Doesn't have to be positive. Could be negative. That's fine. That's the side question. All right. Now, it's easy to go after Larry Krasner. He is top of the line when it comes to insufferable. He is beyond arrogant. He is a menace up and down the line when it comes to public safety and everything else. So in the middle of all this with Charlie Kirk, even the Inquirer and others sort of agree with me, and we just talked to O'Reilly, can we knock it off with calling people fascist, Hitler, Nazis? Because if you do that, then of course, taking out fascists, Hitler, Nazis, more people are going to see it that way. Versus you might even say this person's despicable or something like that. The Hitler stuff, though, why is it never Stalin too? Well, we talked about that. So Krasner's at another church last night. He's at one tonight. I hope to go tomorrow night in person. And two things happen. One, he gets into it, not just Trump and the National Guard coming, but all these MAGA people, all of them are supporting this, are Nazis. They have this sort of appeal. When asked about that, he launches on the fact that all of his uncles apparently lost their lives, the Holocaust, and he's not going to let a bunch of Nazis start here again. He tells NBC 10 that. This is in the middle of all these lectures by all these Philadelphia Inquirers and Krasner supporters and every left wing. He has the mob, and he's got the ministers. And the ministers are key. These are the people that lecture us constantly. We played you that guy yesterday. You know, I'm not going to say anything nice about Charlie Kirk, the minister in D.C., I think it was. And yet they turned their church over willingly to be a forum to attack people who they differ with politically as Nazis in the person of Larry Krasner. They love Krasner, and he knows how to take care of the ministers. Whenever he's in trouble, the Praetorian Guard, you'll see them there at the church with him. Remember when he was in trouble that Michael Nutter went after him, Ed Rendell, the former DA, because he said there wasn't much violence in Philadelphia, made national news? Where does he end up? With a parade of the African-American clergy of Philadelphia in front of him. That's exactly what he does each and every time. So they're aiding and abetting. Here's what he said in the middle of all this at the church. Now, I don't think this guy should have interrupted him if there were questions being taken at the town hall, and he got into it with Krasner, but I'm not sure if this was a time when they were allowing that. The guy's upset. He's from South Philly. He's a Kirk supporter. That this whole gang there is calling Kirk a racist and a misogynist, you know, the whole thing. Here's how it sounded.
This is a conversation. It is a conversation with you. This is called crowdsourcing. Nothing that we're going to say here is us talking down to you. Everything that we are here to say is that we need you to lead an effort to resist an effort to overthrow the government of the United States, to roll tanks in major U.S. cities, to make it feel normal. So when they really want to roll tanks, shut down elections, and lock up people because of their background or their skin color or their gender, whatever it may be, they can't. It all kind of keeps just coming back to the same thing, doesn't it? You know, the fundamental premise of the United States is supposed to be that all people are created equal. It's a deep belief in equality. These people don't believe in equality at all. They don't believe in equality of votes. They don't believe in racial equality. They don't believe in gender equality. They're absolutely just as hateful towards women as they are on the issue of race. These are people who agree with Adolf Hitler when he said that equality is a, quote, degenerate promotion, unquote.
Stop holding the fact. That's why Charlie Kirk died. You're demonizing him. That's a disgrace. That is a disgrace.
Prediction will be on with Caitlin Collins tonight. I don't know that yet, but she go up to even though she's in England. So he's asked about it by, I believe, an NBC 10 reporter. This is Cut 29 about evoking Nazis and Hitler for vast numbers of people. Remember the context that we're constantly lectured to, like the ABC guy telling us how brilliant the assassin was and how romantic, how touching it is with the boyfriend. Here's Krasner when NBC 10 asked him, is that appropriate?
My thought is that there are literally hundreds of people in this church who came here to share information, to ask questions, to share ideas, who are behaving civilly. Civilly. Engaging in civil discourse.
DA Krasner has noted homicides in the city may reach its lowest level in 50 years. The purpose of the town hall Tuesday was to hear from the public. A question was raised whether it was necessary to compare the MAGA movement to fascists.
100% necessary. My father
100%.
volunteered and served in World War II. Half of my family tree is gone. And it's gone because of Nazis, and it's gone because of fascists. All of my uncles, all of them, served in World War II. They didn't all come back. It is absolutely necessary to recognize the times we are in, to not be appeasers.
Okay, don't we just want to get the scorecard right from the Philadelphia Inquirer, our moral betters sitting over there at the ivory towers? We just want to get it right. So Krasner is not going to be an appeaser. He's able to say Hitler, draw all this stuff which results or helps to result in things like Kirk killed at the age of 31. And then we're told, can't we see both sides? Can't we tone the rhetoric down? He's gone Hitler around the clock. He is the top of the line when it comes to the most toxic public figures that we've ever seen here in Philadelphia. And he continues to be emboldened. And if he's not beaten this time around, there'll be more to come. I mean, I happen to think on his wish list is to get Mumia out of jail under the pretext of health and things of that nature. All right, phone lines. Get in on the side question, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210. Hit us with something Southern. You know, living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. For 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart wellness. And right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. Now, this is Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Now, that's a tremendous deal. Reach them at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online, res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, use the code TOGETHER at res-q.com. Do it today.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, IT twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
Computrax. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at Computrax4u.com.
Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yo, city drivers, you know the grind, the potholes, the constant stop and go, the mileage racking up quick. When your ride suddenly gives out, that's a problem you don't need. It's time to future-proof your ride. CarShield gets it. We're talking.
This is a conversation.
Vehicle protection plan that saves you from those nasty out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Engine light on, transmission acting up. Imagine paying almost nothing for covered repairs. Yeah, you heard that right. Nothing. This special alert is for every American driver with your factory warranty running out or you've got no coverage at all. This protection plan is at an all-time low, and we're hooking you up. Activate today and also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even car rental options, no extra cost. Don't get stuck with unexpected repair bills. Drive smart, drive protected. Call CarShield for your free quick quote right now and future-proof your ride today. 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. What are you waiting for? Call 800-220-4067. 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A slow-moving storm system over coastal Virginia will keep the forecast unsettled today. Clouds continue with showers at times, especially south of Philadelphia, high 72. Mostly cloudy tonight, still the chance for a few showers, low 64. And for Thursday, clouds giving way to some sunshine. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna, is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, coming to your call. Something about the South, some association. You know how it goes. Side question today. Real good one, I think. Just back from the South, even though it didn't feel overly, it still didn't feel like Mississippi, something like that, the one time I was there. But a lot of the same things. I'm holding back several here. I'll let you have a shot at them. Now, here's Randy Weingart. I got to say, used to be with authors, they would send books they begged to be on. It's not just Weingart. Henry and I are on a scavenger hunt, trying to find even who is it that is repping the Randy Weingarten book. So she surfaces now with the town hall yesterday, and then this interview with another Dominic. He doesn't have a K in his name. At least she calls him Dominic. And they're talking about, in the middle of all this, you're going to teach Americans' kids about fascism. And she talks about, as a former school teacher, she knows fascism, and she's going to get it said why America, she brings up generals saying that Trump is a fascist. Now think about it. All in the middle of this, Krasner and now Weingarten, both telling us the things that they're still going to go say and insult people with, and then lecture, why can't we tone down the rhetoric here? Here's what she says.
Recognizable to me.
I am raising my daughters, or raised, they're 17 and 21 in college now, in the same district that Randy grew up in. And we've been in communication about how much it's changed. And you've been shocked to see that change in such a short period of time since growing up here yourself. But that's where, so when getting to the book, I think it helps to define fascism as well as we can. And man, I had no idea about some of the history that you talk about in the book, specifically with Norway's teachers and fascism. American fascism isn't the same as German fascism or as even Italian fascism at the same time. I think it's important to have some discernment there, obviously, but make no mistake, that is a pretty good definition of where we're at according to fascism experts. How do you define what we are seeing in America in 2025 as fascism?
Well, let me, part of what I wanted to do, and look, Rachel Maddow did this as well. I thought she did this brilliantly in her books, talking about the story of American fascism in the 30s, in the 30s and 40s in particular, Prequel and her other books. But what I tried to do in terms of the definition of fascism is I watched at the end of the November 2024 elections how when two generals created a warning sign about their experiences with then President Trump and Trump won and used the term fascism, there was a blowback on the generals. And part of that blowback was that people don't understand the term. And so what I wanted to do is, as a school teacher, is describe fascistic behavior. And I'm trying to use the exercise of critical thinking. So basically, people then apply the term as opposed to whether or not I'm going to label somebody this way. Because if I labeled somebody this way, the whole conversation is going to be, is she right? Is she wrong? As opposed to understanding the behaviors. So let me talk about the behaviors. That's why let me dwell on this and answer your question this way, Pete.
Yeah, please.
The behaviors of fascistic behavior starts with what we see very much politically, even in our country, and us versus them. But it gets much, much, much worse because it creates a rage. The strong man creates a rage and an anger and a cultural anger. And it doesn't just say that the us is better. It demonizes the them to such a point, dehumanizes, demonizes, makes the them into a speck that justifies the violence against the them. So the example I often use is not the concentration camps in terms of Germany, in terms of Nazism. The example I often use, not in the book, but I've been using, is think about Austria after the German takeover, after the Nazi takeover, and what they did to the Jews. They had Jews on their hands and knees washing streets in their best clothes.
Okay, Henry, to be continued. Okay. Now, because I wanted to make a big point here. She said she wasn't going to name names. Then she talked about, in this country, the strong man. You know who the strong man is. Now, think about it. Demonizing so that you can dehumanizing their respect so that you can kill them. Who was just dehumanized and killed in front of shocked children and other spectators? Charlie Kirk. And the guy, look, he's on their side. I get it, right? He gets a big interview. He's got Randy Weingarten on, one of the first with the book. He doesn't jump in and say, all right, strong man. So there's one strong man in America you're talking about. You're talking about it here. It's Trump. Cut to the chase. That's what you're talking about. But Trump was the one that was shot at twice. Charlie Kirk is the one that was killed by somebody from the left. Kirk was demonized. Conservatives are feeling demonized. The them versus us, the whole premise of calling people Hitler is, this is not a normal conversation. You must do whatever you can to resist and stop this. It's bizarro world to hear that, and then to hear how the book proceeds. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. You get a line, hit us, something Southern. All right, is what we're looking for. And we'll start to take a couple of them. We have in about half hour, just Scott Jennings last night on fire, really, with a panel who, refused to say that people are celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk on Twitter and social media. B, people don't know what the motivation was. It's still too soon. But I have to play Mazie Hirono, the befuddled senator from Hawaii, asking Kash Patel. Henry, you probably knew, you saw this morning, said, yep, I fixate on this, the pull-up. Why do people in the FBI have to do pull-ups? All right, I can't get enough pull-up information.
Yeah.
You know, take a look wherever you are right now. Take a look around you. Tell me how many people you think can do a pull-up, wherever you are, listener, male or female. Because some females can do pull-ups, but I think it's pretty difficult to imagine even 10 of anybody out there. Yeah. We'll play you Patel and Mazie Hirono. And it's the response, well, if you're going to chase a bad guy, you might want to be able to do a pull-up. How else are we going to test it out? It led to the difference between males and females. I mean, it's hard enough for the average male, but the average female doing a pull-up, well, you shouldn't have to do them.
Yeah.
How are you going to apprehend?
What if the chase, what if you scale something, you have to pull yourself up?
Yeah, exactly, right. Yeah, oh, no. It's just like on TV, all those women seem to be, I think there's stunt women there. There's one woman that does all those TV shows and can do a pull-up.
Yeah.
I wonder how many people we have. The next event we had, I'd love to have, I want that short pull-up thing. That's what Henry and I want, not jumping up to the sky. Oh, and by the way, Jordan Mailata is not as big as you'd think. I'll explain.
Stop.
That was my perception. Kirk, I wish you were here to rule on this.
Oh, boy.
Henry thought he was enormous. We were both sitting down yesterday. I'll explain the circumstance.
Okay.
I could be wrong. I thought he was just another employee out here. Now, he was playing a banjo with a guy filming him as he walked down the hall.
All right. The fact that you called it a banjo kind of makes my argument, so maybe we'll get to that.
Okay. Was it a banjo or what was it?
Was
it a guitar? Was it? Okay. I was a little bit off. I was just struck. Yeah, that guy looks pretty big, but not the left tackle. No. All right, let's talk first about my friend and board-certified prosthodontist, dentist extraordinaire, Dr. Robert Bentz. I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with a new prosthodontist joining the team right now in September. So if you're a patient, maybe you have a complex dental issue, this frees you up, more time, more availability to deal with this. Maybe you've been putting off seeing a dentist and use an excuse, well, I can't make it then. No, take that away now. Or if you're a general dentist, you could use some backup on complicated cases. The Bentz Dental Group is now the #1 solutions provider. I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. Thank God for that. Great progress in oral health with me. You can get on the road to that same great dental health and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now at 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949. Or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. BENTZ Dentalgroup.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So excited to announce our next official Politics and Pints with the #1 guy, Jack Carr. You heard that right. International best-selling author, Navy SEAL Jack Carr, Monday, October 13th, 7:30 p.m., the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. I'm going to sit down with Jack, an incredible discussion on his Cry Havoc book tour, the latest release in the James Reese series. Get your tickets today. It will sell out. 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Packaging doesn't mask symptoms. It neutralizes allergens. Whisker Block, our patent-pending technology, binds the allergens so your immune system doesn't overreact. Many users feel relief in days, with meaningful improvement about a week in when used consistently. Recommended by doctors and experts, and designed to be safe for pets and humans of all ages. Control allergies with confidence. Add Packagin to your cat's food daily. Packagin.com. PACAGEN.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, moments away. Scott Jennings joins us here on the Dom Show. Let's go to Gary in Newtown and kick it off, though, on the side question today. Some association with the South. Person, place, thing, trend. Let's go to Gary. All right, Gary, what do you have today?
Hey, Dom. I can't stand the most is people that lie, and that really drives me insane. And I tried to get on yesterday, and these preachers and Larry Krasner just drives me nuts.
Well, the ministers are the ones that ought to be confronted. That they're transactional. They know what they're getting from him, and they're shameless in allowing him to do this in their house of worship.
Yeah, and while I did listen yesterday, I did call in. Thank you for taking my call. I'll say that I dropped it. I won't get into what my answer was, but I'm glad it didn't go through. So back to while I was listening yesterday. And this is not my side question, but you mentioned something in the breakfast table that was brown and had black specks in it. It's probably my favorite thing about traveling, which in the South, which is a breakfast with biscuits and gravy.
I think there were biscuits and gravy, yes. So skip that on the buffet.
My side answer is the guerrilla warfare that came from the Swamp Fox, which helped us win the Civil War.
The Patriot, based on that, the Swamp Fox, Marion. Yep, without a doubt. All right, Jordan Mailata. Yeah, one of the great parts of this job is you never know what celebrity you might run into. I didn't know he was going to be in studio. He's usually on the phone with our guys down the hall and Spike Eskin on WIP. So I saw him walking around here, Henry, before you did, because your back was turned. But also I saw him earlier. I thought he was an employee, a new employee or something.
Oh, my gosh.
And from where I was sitting, despite playing the guitar, now look, the salesman who was with him is not a big guy on top of it. So,
no, I can see
I got to say, he is so fit. I didn't think I've been around bigger guys. John Runyon felt bigger than me. It was like moving a Coke machine at the height of Runyon. This guy just looked big, but so fit. Not enormous.
Yeah, well, he's definitely slimmed down because I saw him here about 2 years ago here in studio, just getting off the elevators, and he was massive then. So he's definitely slimmed down. I'll concede that point to you, that he does look a bit thinner.
Didn't seem that tall. Was he taller than Dan?
Definitely.
You think so?
Just with the broad shoulders.
Yeah.
I mean, they probably are like the same height around there, but I'd probably give the edge to Jordan.
Okay.
I'd have to. He just towers.
And I was thinking this hallway's kind of narrow. Imagine trying to get around it because the football field, you don't have much more space than the hallway here to maneuver.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, my
yeah.
God. And you have guys almost that big all piled together, congested. And then the tush-push, and he's on the other side facing you. Oh, my God.
But to prove the point that he actually is as big as we think he is,
Yes.
before we went to break here, you said that he was holding a banjo in his hands.
Yeah.
That's how big he is. He makes a full-sized acoustic guitar look like a banjo.
Okay,
Honestly, I
that's a
was
fair
texting
point.
people when I saw him. I was like,
Yeah.
it looked like he was holding a large ukulele at best. Like
I would say
it was,
so, yeah.
He dwarfed that guitar, and he can play it too, which is because that's how I heard him come. I was like, who is coming
Oh,
down
he
the
can
hall?
sing, too, without
Yeah.
a doubt. So, final then, if you see Jordan, don't be, he's not a giant. I wouldn't say disappointing. He's much fitter than I thought he was.
Oh, he's definitely in maybe the best shape of his career.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
it
say
looked
that for sure.
unbelievable. So I'd like to see a parade of these guys coming at you to see, they have a sense of what it's like.
Well, yeah, I'd say the biggest person I've seen was Chuck Everson. He was the backup center in that Villanova 1985 team.
Right.
He's 7'1". He's probably, he's put on some weight since his playing days. He was a massive human being. That's the biggest person I've ever seen.
Well, if you see Nick Foles, he is 243 in the program, and he looked like pretty much a thin guy. That's when it's frightening to me. All right. If you see him, you can tell us who's right, Henry or me. Henry's back was turned. It's true. He engulfed. I thought it was a ukulele or something. All right. Coming up, Scott Jennings will be here. Angry Scott from last night with Montel Williams. Hit us on the side question, 855-839-1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you been considering purchasing an electric vehicle? My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles want to remind you that the $7,500 federal tax credit on new electric vehicles ends September 30th. That's $7,500 towards a new BMW i4, i5, or i7. What about a Jaguar I-Pace, an Alfa Romeo Tonale PHEV, or a Mercedes-Benz EQE? Visit your local Piazza Premium dealer before the end of this month. Browse their extensive vehicle collection at PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com today. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Due to amazing customer feedback, CNC Heating and Air Conditioning is extending their summer financing promotion. No need to wait to replace that struggling system. CNC will install your new unit now, and you can pay later. Right now, qualified customers get 0% financing and no payments until 2027. That's right, no payments until 2027. As York's certified comfort experts, they're the name you can trust, and your estimate absolutely free. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning today or visit cc-hvac.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in. So I mentioned Catholics to talk about in the beginning and how I don't find anything from the Archdiocese of Philadelphia talking about Charlie Kirk. Apparently, there are some parishes that are doing vigils around that. You would think this does have a Christian-based bias toward it. Yesterday, Kash Patel did talk about, under that back and forth with the senators, that they were looking deeply into anti-Catholic bias. Remember the previous, and I really, I don't know about you, the Richmond branch, remember surveilling people because they went to a Latin mass, taking down license plate numbers and sending that around with the FBI. This is one of the threatening groups. Devout Catholics or old-fashioned Catholics, or call them what you will. But where is the Catholic Church when it comes to stuff like this with Charlie Kirk? Now, he wasn't a Catholic, we know that, but still, this is a matter of religious consequence here. That's part of why he was killed, because of his vision, his religion, particularly around the trans issue. And there's more developing today around this whole trans issue and the number of people that apparently are part of left-wing networks that may or may not be armed, may or may not have been in contact with this guy, Patel, talking about that. So we're going to get on, hopefully, an expert on Antifa, but particularly this branch of it. And this is a very intimidating group. And Mazie Hirano, in kind of a funny way yesterday, gets into it with Kash Patel about something we often talk about the differences between men and women, why you can't have someone trans be in a woman's game. Henry, do you have that one zoned?
Yeah,
okay. Here's Mazie Hirano asking Kash Patel, why in the world, to be an FBI agent, do you have to do some pull-ups or a pull-up?
One question I had is...
Come on, Maisie.
that you are now requiring applicants to be able to do a certain kind of pull-ups, which a lot of women cannot because of physiological differences. Are you requiring these kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring a physical program at BFTC at Quantico because FBI agents carrying guns in the field have to chase down bad guys and do really hard work. The physical fitness standards of those agents
So
are
are
being
you requiring
appropriately
these
assessed.
kinds of pull-ups?
We are requiring everybody to pass the 1811 standards at BFTC. If you want to chase down a bad guy
Excuse me,
and put
the
him in
reason I
handcuffs, you
ask-
better be able to do a pull-up.
The reason I ask is that there are concerns about whether or not being able to do these kinds of harsh pull-ups is really required of FBI agents.
Doing
Anyway,
one pull-up
Mr.
is not
Patel,
harsh,
I
and there
am
are always
really
medical
concerned.
exemptions to that.
Oh, my God. Harsh. All right. So I think the pull-up is a tricky thing to do, but I do think it's related to this, and I don't think they're doing it. We always talk about, I know in my gym, you got to jump up and do that. It's rhythm and strength. That is brutal. But Macy Hirano got it said right there. The physiological differences between men and women. So how in the world then can you be? Well, because the argument is you're going to have people that are trans be upset. What are these kids going to do? So you just have to let them compete against women, even though women, according to her, can't do one pull-up. It's harsh. Right there. Well, this woman is beyond belief, wanting to know about rail lines to Hawaii. Why can't we do that across the Pacific? That was one of her all-timers. And she's there because Hawaii's nuts, too. But she's reviewing the whole drama right here. She says it herself. No one forced her to do it. She thinks she's gone in to prove this guy trying to keep out women. Then she essentially says, well, women can't do harsh pull-ups. Well, what's a harsh pull-up? They're fine, fitness. We've been through this before. Remember, Henry, I wish you had been there. It was the state police, this women's group, was suing to say these were out of line. So I did huff, puff, and cuff.
Oh, nice.
That was the name of it. At Andy's Diner. It was brilliant. I got it from somebody. Huff, puff, and cuff. And we had Walter Koss we measured your jumping ability. Apparently that was part of it. We had a machine, the thing that does that. It was a 200-yard dash. I think push-ups. And these women that were really in shape that did this, they ran 6 to 8 miles getting there, then passed the test with flying colors.
Oh, man.
To try to show that this was not anything unbelievable toward women. I mean, if you're going to be doing police work, we don't want people firing weapons. We want them to physically be able to subdue people. And that's not easy to do. You need upper body strength. So I'd love to see what a harsh pull-up really is.
It's outside, negative 20 degrees.
That's right. Yeah,
harsh pull-up. We actually put the pull-up bar over a pit of lava.
Yeah, exactly.
With sharks with freaking laser beams swimming around there. Those are harsh pull-ups.
Well, and I think you got to jump to the sky to do it.
Yeah, you got to get on a trampoline, jump up there.
Yeah. I concede that doing a pull-up is not an easy thing for a male or female.
Agreed.
Yeah. Well, we've already established that, Kirk, with the two of us.
Yeah,
so,
exactly. I got a bum shoulder here.
I like the shirt, though, the Dom Time shirt.
That's
so
right.
that would work effectively if you were doing that. Okay. All right. Scott Jennings is next. Let me take Phil off the board here on Talk Radio 1210. Phil, what's your side question today? Hi.
Hey, good afternoon. I tell you what, like I was telling your producer, I would definitely embarrass the crap out of Krasner by every moderator, just going at it a few times a shift and just say, hey, we're inviting you. We'll even serve you lunch. Just show up.
Mm-hmm. Well,
take on some real people and get answers.
Well, we have put out feelers to Krasner over 8 years, whatever it is. We'll see what happens. Maybe Henry will have better luck. Phil, what's your Southern thing?
South of the border.
Yes.
South of the border. What a place to get your money. I think they have a long arm that grabs into your pocket from the highway.
Thank you, Phil. That's it. The mileage, 200 miles to south of the border. I've not been to it. I think we went by.
Neither have I.
No. But it's got to be. It's incredible, the promotion of what they do.
I've been there. It's nuts. I mean, you can get anything and everything from one end of the spectrum to the other. Fireworks is the one thing that.
That's what you want on a long trip. All right. Scott Jennings, who really makes the 10 o'clock show fly. The angry Scott Jennings last night. We played you a little bit of that. He's next. Don't forget his new book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. All right, he's next here on Talk Radio 1210.
It's that time of the year. The lights are bright. The bands are loud. High school football is back. And so is the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Friday nights at 10, James Bailey and Daryl Dobis run down all of the big high school games in the region. Be here Friday night at 10, the Friday Night High School Football Scoreboard Show. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You're driving along when you realize...
Oh, I've got to get over. Oh my gosh, sorry.
You didn't see him, did you? He was in your blind spot. You can also have a blind spot when it comes to your retirement. That's where Joe Yakovich of JML Financial Group comes in. He knows about a little blind spot called taxes. Social Security, your pension, your investments, all can be taxable. Look, you don't want to end up saying...
Will I be writing huge checks to the government when I retire?
Don't get blindsided by taxes. Make sure your retirement plan has a tax plan. With one call to JML Financial Group, 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company. JML Financial Group does not offer legal or tax advice. Please consult the appropriate professional regarding your individual circumstance.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano. Weekdays, noon till 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
All right, I would call him America's favorite pundit, second to none. Scott Jennings, we're honored every time he can come on here on the Dom Show. His book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump stormed Washington and fought for America, but also the title for Western civilization. That is really brilliant. That's a key. And he has the Scott Jennings radio show, 2 to 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And the Angry Scott last night. Let's go to Scott Jennings on Talk Radio 1210. Did you feel the anger coming on now? Scott, I was watching with my wife who loves every time you're on. Sometimes she goes to sleep or reads a book when Scott Jennings isn't on. So come on now. 4 times a week we need. But she remembers that I was on the Montel Williams show and a guest stormed off just because I had an idea about arming teachers in schools. It set it off. It was quite hilarious.
Yeah, well, first of all, good to hear your voice, Dom, and thank you for your friendship. I was shocked, frankly, last night at what I heard from Montel, who I've been on with before, and sometimes we've agreed on things, sometimes we haven't. But it was another installment in this new effort to try to make this killing of Charlie Kirk into something it isn't. You know, over the weekend it was, the shooter is MAGA, he's conservative, and then that fell apart. And now the new talking points are, this is just a love story gone wrong.
Yeah.
And honestly, and the point I was making, and what makes me so angry is we're in the news business. The news is very clear. He was motivated by left-wing ideology, transgender radicalism, and the Utah officials have made it very clear. It's not in question, and yet here we have people gaslighting America, and it kind of drives me crazy.
And Scott, I would add the Utah officials, the governor and the DA, are not the type of provocative guys that the other side can push back and say they're making. I mean, they're just straightforward, down the middle. The governor particularly, both sides, and all that talk. How can you say anything other than what they're factually telling you?
Well, I think that what we're learning is the left and, the media, because it's the left inhabits the media, cannot bring itself to confront left-wing violence, and they also cannot bring itself to admit that the narrative about politics in America is crumbling. The narrative is only conservatives, only right-wingers, only Donald Trump is the father of political violence. We know that's not true. And, of course, there has been this massive promotion and protection around the transgender ideology. We haven't heard anything about the Minneapolis shooting, and, that went away. Why? Because it had to do with the transgender issue. We haven't heard anything about the Nashville shooting in a while. That was a couple of years ago. That went away. So the narratives they promote, when they are shattered by the facts, they just can't bring themselves to admit it. And they don't know how to talk about it. And they don't know how to tell the truth about it. And we're seeing it across the board. I heard it last night. ABC News, had a major problem with it yesterday. Political pundits, analysts, nobody can just look into a camera and say what's true. And they'd be a lot better off if they could. I know that.
The woman that was next to you last night seemed to make that type of effort. She came on, I think, to say, look, the facts are the facts with this, Scott. But some of the other panelists and even the hosts seem to ignore that social media is aflame with thousands, if not tens of thousands of people celebrating his death. We have several of them here in Philadelphia, and making one of them is a tax collector in our suburbs saying, let's have more martyrs.
Well, there is also an effort to deny, as you point out, that people are celebrating this murder and that those people are on the left and that those people are doing it openly and publicly online. Thousands upon thousands of people are doing it. Some hold office, some hold positions of prominence in our communities. I simply asked the table last night, can we at least admit that this is being celebrated by thousands of Democrats online? And I couldn't get anybody to go along with me. And so I posted on my X account today, let's drop the examples in here to show them what's happening. But everybody knows it's going on. It's going on in every community across the country. There's some yahoo out there who just can't stop themselves from going online and saying, I'm happy about this murder, and I'm glad they're being exposed, because do you want that kind of person working in a government building, teaching your children? I mean, whatever they're doing, I don't. I really don't. I mean, I don't begrudge anybody their political views, but these aren't political views. These are violent views, and they don't necessarily deserve positions of responsibility where they're interacting with the public.
You mentioned teaching kids, and, that's where I came from to get into this, Scott. And Randy Weingarten I have on 3 or 4 times over the years, always provocative. But in the middle of this, with the book on fascism again, calling people fascist, and I think you and a lot of people were trying to say, can we at least stop calling Trump and Trump supporters en masse fascists, Nazis, and Hitler? That would be a simple thing to start with. And then you tell us what you want that's simple on the other side.
Right. And this has been brought up. I've mentioned it several times. I can't get anybody to join me. I can't find anybody who will do it. Randy Weingarten, you mentioned, she was out spreading a lot of misinformation as all the facts were coming out about this. And for some reason, the education profession, whether it's colleges or other areas, it seems to have a high degree of people who are so happy that we had a political assassination in the United States. And I don't know why they feel like they can go out and say that or should say that. I assume it's because they think they work in the education industry and that nothing bad can happen to them. Well, some people are being held accountable. The killer wrote the word fascist on a bullet, etched it on the bullet. I mean, there's a direct link between this language, which I have heard for 10 years in my job on CNN, and what the killer went up on that roof and did. There's a direct, undeniable link. And I sat through an interview yesterday out on the set. Jasmine Crockett came on, was asked point blank, do you think it's wrong to use the word fascist and Nazi? Absolutely not. We have to keep doing it. Just total doubling down on the language of hate, to which there's now a direct link to a high-profile political assassination. It is crazy.
And, Scott, as I said, there are a lot of things that are kind of vague. Can't we turn down the tone? And then they don't specify. You're one of the few that's specifying. And I'm saying it this way. I've been saying it. All right, stop saying that. What is it you want us to stop saying? That we negotiate? We at least hear it here. But that is the number one thing. Everybody knows why you don't go Hitler. It's out of bounds at all times. It just doesn't work with anybody out there that's in American politics.
I think there's great utility in just being honest and telling the truth. Right. We got into it on CNN yesterday about the governor of Pennsylvania. He gave a speech about political violence, and I agree with him that we should condemn all political violence. I completely agree with that. Where he fell short, the Democrats are holding up the example of what happened at the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania is, see, even Democrats have this happen to them, but they failed to point out it was a left-wing, free Palestine terrorist radical who did it.
Exactly right.
And so my point has been, if you're going to try to ask everybody to take a stand against political violence, it does us no good to ignore the source of it. And you've got Luigi Mangione on trial in New York City. I saw the video myself. Thousands of people out in front of the courthouse. Free Luigi. These are radical leftists. You've got the situation in Pennsylvania. You got the shooter in Utah. You have example after example of these radicals from the left who've given up on America and given up on civil discourse and moved themselves on to political violence and political assassination. The sooner we call it out, the better off we'll be.
We're talking with Scott Jennings here on the Dom Giordano Show. Scott, you kind of referenced last night, too, and if I were moderating, I would have let you expound a little bit more on the Charlie Kirk that you knew, because you do it in a way that wouldn't take up a tremendous amount of time, but be pointed and maybe debate it. You bill him, not just as someone you knew, and you can say that in a moment, but truly as we see him as a mainstream conservative Republican figure, they see him as way out there, as way other.
Charlie held views that were center-cut conservative Republican views. He was pro-life. He believed in low taxes. He believed in smaller government. He believed in, all the things that any sort of average, everyday, ordinary, garden variety Republican or conservative Republican would believe in. He did not hold extremist views, even on the trans issue. 90+% of America is in one place on this, and there's a fringe minority in another place. He was with the vast majority of Americans on this. He was and is being portrayed by the left as some extremists who call him racist, misogynist, Nazi, what have you. It's just simply not true. So I was trying to point out that, look, for the average Republican looking at Charlie Kirk, they go out and murder Charlie Kirk. They see somebody who was a center-cut conservative Republican with mainstream views, and because he chose to engage in free speech about those views, they murdered him. What makes him different than any of the rest of us? We're all mainstream Republicans. We all have mainstream views, but the left has portrayed Charlie, and therefore the rest of us, I think, as extremists and worse, Nazis, fascists. We've heard all the language, and that, of course, makes you believe, well, if you think Charlie Kirk should be dead or banished or whatever you want to call it, do you think that about every other Republican in the country? Because that's essentially what you're saying.
Well, you are particularly troublesome to that because your manner is so much different than anybody that could characterize it. And anything you say when you're angry last night, people pick up on it a little bit. It's so disarming. So do you have worries, Scott? I know you've tweeted about this, and you just said worries. Scott Presler is a friend and comes on often. I have a lot of worries about him. He told us just the other day he's finally gotten security. But the thing that really compelled me on Charlie Kirk, this was an assassination that you would see with a presidential candidate. If someone rushed him in an off moment or whatever, you see that kind of thing. But at high range, shooting at him in this manner, you just don't see that on a guy who essentially was a podcaster, talk show host, and somebody who lectured on colleges.
You do not see it. And that's what makes it so jarring, because of the manner in which it happened.
Yeah.
The person who did it, we know what their motivations were. Yeah, it wasn't a random, somebody stumbled into a situation and, violence occurred. This was planned out. Not only was it planned, but then the shooter thought he was going to get away with it. He had a plan to get away with it. I mean, this was a premeditated, a plan to murder, and then a plan to get away with it. And so, I hear people comparing it to other things. It's not really comparable to anything else in our modern history, really, other than Trump's near assassination in Butler last year. But even in that, the motivations of this shooter, of Charlie Kirk, are far more clear, and the evidence is far more compelling. And so to answer your question, yes, I do have concerns, because it is apparent to me now that there are lots of people on the left who do believe and have embraced assassination culture. The polling is clear. There are lots of liberals out there who believe that political violence can be an acceptable way to deal with our political problems or political discussions in America. It's far more prevalent on the left than the right. And given the thousands of people who are celebrating it, you wonder
Absolutely.
Who's out there that's going to take matters into their own hands.
Absolutely. Now, the book, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. I really hope when the tour starts, et cetera, and the promotion, I just can't get over. I write notes to myself. If I were writing a book, that's what I'd say. America, yes, but Western civilization. I don't know, it was you or colleagues and you coming together. How did you come up with saying, no, it's about Western civilization, Scott?
Well, this topic has been on my mind for a long time. Truthfully, Elon Musk, he used to talk about this, and I think he was the first person I really thought, wow, this guy is thinking broader than just our day-to-day political battles. And so that got me to thinking about it. And then, you look around the world with the mass migration crisis going on in Europe, presence over in England today. I mean, that country is on the brink of catastrophe, in my opinion, because of what's happened to them. And then you look inside the United States. The civil discourse we have in this country is falling apart, the political violence, the number of people in this country who've effectively given up on what makes America great, the fact that we talk to each other, we debate, we speak, and we vote. I think it's all a fight for the future of the West. What is Western civilization? What is our society and our culture? What are the underpinnings of it? And are those underpinnings being taken away? So I think Trump's on the wall. I think he is standing up for the West right now. I think he's leading the West. I think there's a few other world leaders. Meloni in Italy is one. But leadership matters here. And if we don't understand that we're in a fight for the West, we're going to lose it.
Absolutely. Pre-order right now. How's that going, Scott? How's the process going?
It's going well. And in fact, I am in the process of finishing up recording the audiobook version. So if you like to listen to things on Audible or on audiobook, I'm reading it myself, and that'll be available too. The book comes out November the 18th, but you can hop on Amazon or wherever you buy your books and order it today. And we're coming to Philly. We're going to come and do a book tour there, stop with you, and so we're excited about that.
Well, and I know the drink of choice, Pellegrino water. I'm laying in a supply. I got a case of it right here in the studio.
I love that. Yeah, I'm trying to drink more water and less of the other stuff that comes out of my home Commonwealth of Kentucky.
All right, Scott, have a great show today. When are you on CNN again?
We'll be back on with Abby tonight at 10 o'clock.
Boy.
And,
all right.
We'll see.
This
see
is
what
a signal to
tonight.
my wife. Must watch TV. All right. Thank you, Scott. Thanks for coming on
Thanks,
today.
Tom.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Scott Jennings here on Talk Radio 1210, A Revolution of Common Sense, How Donald Trump Stormed Washington and Fought for Western Civilization. Again, it's the best we can bring you. He is just so much on point, the denial, the motivation. So Kash Patel, coming up, I want to center on that. At 2 o'clock, we'll know what the Fed does. I'm predicting right now, I don't think they're going to go a half point, which they should. Come on. This is political stuff here. Trump's right taking him on. I think they'll go a quarter point. Wall Street seems to be agreeing with me at this point. It's not a big rally anticipating this. I'm not sure if they do it right at 2 or they have to, hi, how you doing? Let's, kill a half hour until we tell you, are they going to cut interest rates? This is a long time coming. Will it be a half point? All right, Henry, what's your vote? You got 3 choices. Nothing, quarter, or half.
Quarter.
Kirk?
Quarter.
All right, we got 3 quarters here. Wall Street seems to be saying the same thing. Scott Jennings, nobody does it better. He's revitalizing that show, taking on all comers, and he's particularly difficult because he's avuncular. He's friendly, but pointed. You're going to get pushback. Montel Williams surfacing last night. I was saying, where's that tape? I wish I could get some of the sound from it. All right, get in on the side question. Fred Herron will be here at Sheriff Fred Herron 2 o'clock today. Yesterday, they had the big court, all these people in the world and protesters out there trying to stop him, in my view, from protecting Bucks County. That's what they're up to. All right, 855-839-1210. Let's talk for a moment about living heart smart means paying attention to cholesterol goals. And for 40 years, Rescue Natural Supplements has been a trusted ally in helping people reach those goals and supporting overall heart and wellness. Right now, Rescue is offering a free bottle of Rescue LDL XQ10 with every bottle purchase of Rescue 1250 Omega-3 soft gels. This is Rescue's most popular wellness duo. Just add Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to your cart, apply the code TOGETHER at checkout, and Rescue LDL XQ10 will be added for free. Call them today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use the code online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Remember, use that code TOGETHER, T-O-G-E-T-H-E-R, when buying any quantity of Rescue 1250 Omega-3s to get the same quantity of Rescue LDL XQ10 for free. Again, just use the code TOGETHER, res-q.com. Do it today.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
They don't turn down your Republican dollars, do they? Oh, no. When you sit in the nosebleeds at Lincoln Financial and pay $175, they don't care if you're Republican or Democrat then, do they? You know, it's not about blue or red. It's about green. You know why? Because the NFL is about capitalism, and they are greedy pigs. It ain't about player safety. It ain't about social and cultural. It's about revenue. So they love when a wealthy Republican will buy season tickets.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Does your home never seem to have enough hot water? With a Bradford White Infinity Tankless Water Heater, you'll never run out. The Infinity Tankless heats as much water as you need, whenever you need it. Plus, they're super efficient to save you energy and money. And like all Bradford White water heaters, they're built to be the best for years of reliable performance. So ask your plumbing professional about going tankless with a Bradford White Infinity Series Tankless Water Heater. Visit BradfordWhite.com today to learn more.
For a complete list of Talk Radio 1210 WPHT's contest rules, go to 1210WPHT.com/rules.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-777-1979. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-777-1979. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-777-1979 or biglou.com.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma 4-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $239 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 2.99% for 48 months. Or check out a new 2025 RAV4 and lease for $289 a month for 36 months. Or get 4.7% financing for 60 months. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
A slow-moving storm system over coastal Virginia will keep the forecast unsettled today. Clouds continue with showers at times, especially south of Philadelphia, high 72. Mostly cloudy tonight, still the chance for a few showers, low 64. And for Thursday, clouds giving way to some sunshine. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester offers America's best warranty on the full lineup of Hyundai models. Get a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty on the Palisade, Santa Fe, Tucson, and more. Shop PiazzaHyundai.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. So as we've been talking today about Charlie Kirk and Scott Jennings, just brilliant stuff. A couple of things. One, the CDC, the woman that was fired from the CDC in the headlines. We have some of that. And also we have the House going after Kash Patel now around the issue primarily of Epstein, among other things. Here is the guy who asked the question we can't get enough of. If you remember, Hank Johnson, in his halting, sonorous way, would Guam capsize and fall into the ocean if the Navy put 8,000 more people in there? Here is Hank Johnson today with Kash Patel. What could go wrong? Claiming that Kash Patel is just a protector of pedophiles.
Why are you hiding pedophiles? Why are you shielding pedophiles? Why are you protecting pedophiles?
That is maybe the most offensive thing you could say to me, given the numbers.
Well, you have not released
given the
Epstein
numbers
files
of pedophiles.
You were aware of the Epstein
arrested.
client list that was published in the 18,000.
The gentleman has expired.
Released.
The gentleman yields back.
Can he answer the question?
Can I just respond?
Of course, the gentleman can answer the question.
Since I took over the FBI, there has been a 33% increase.
Sir, all of that started under Christopher
Your
Wray.
time is done.
No,
but
it didn't.
The witness gets
All
to
of
answer
that
the question,
started
and then
under
we'll
the
go to our
previous,
uh,
next.
FBI director, sir, and you're coming in here trying to take credit for something that a previous director instituted and largely brought to conclusion.
I take no
I think it's
credit.
been clear that
offensive.
the director
It's offensive.
has numbers are so
incorrect
much
also.
better than the previous director.
It's
Dr. Patel, if you want to
I take-
answer the question.
I take no credit. The men and women of the FBI have seen a 33% increase in the number of counterintelligence arrests out of the PRC.
And so all of a sudden, when you coming in 7 months ago,
And
Gentlemen, his time has
Heaven on
expired.
And on
Sir,
the pedophile
American public not gonna
accusation,
go for that.
we have arrested 1,500 child predators in the last 7 months.
All right, so the beat continues. Patel really a different approach to this, an approach I think that's welcome, pushing back one idiot after another here. And Hank Johnson is, well, Mazie Hirano, at least it was kind of funny about the pull-ups. He got into it with Eric Swalwell, and he used the same language that Swalwell usually uses, and he said, that's your entire career. So there are people out there today. Let me play you one, then I'll take a couple calls here. This is, and I might cut it here in the middle of it, Henry. This is cut 32. Charlie Dent is the old Republican Party, congressman from our area, the moderate. I once had quite a back and forth with him and John Kasich. We did a Politics and Pints. It was called Speaker Series. And this guy sees this is, in his view, what Kash Patel has done the last 2 days in Congress is a part of the problem. A lot of it is refreshing. A lot of it with just this most inauthentic figure imaginable, Cory Booker, is exactly on point. Here's what Dent said about Kash Patel.
I want to, related to that, the FBI director had to, or at least was asked to acknowledge some kind of misstep in the Kirk shooter manhunt. And I want to play for you this exchange. I think it is with Senator Welch of Vermont. Let me take a look.
Could I have been more careful in my verbiage and included an A subject instead of subject? Sure, in the heat of the moment.
So that was a mistake.
I don't see it as a mistake. I see it as something working with the public to identify that there was a subject
So if
in
you
custody.
put out a statement that says we've got our man, and in fact it turns out that you didn't have your man, that's not a mistake?
But that's not what I said.
Not as much yelling on that one.
Yeah, at least it was civil. That was civil, but
Yeah.
but
not even acknowledging something that I think a lot of in the investigative community were like, what are you doing?
of course they made a mistake. They had the wrong guy. I mean, not very hard to say that. I was going to say too, having watched the previous clip, I have never seen a Senate confirmed individual, talk to members of Congress like that with ad hominem attacks. It just doesn't happen. And, and to basically tell a senator or a House member, hey, this is my time. No, it's their time. And they can use it however they want. They can talk over you. They can give a speech. And I was just really stunned. But,
Do you think the House is going to put up with that now that they've seen what the senators dealt with?
I think they'll have to. I mean, unless they want to throw them out of the hearing. But I've never seen anything like it. In normal times, that person would probably not be in the job very long for making those kinds of attacks against sitting members of the Congress.
Antoine?
All right, let's put this, Antoine, to Charlie Dent. Let's put this in perspective. We played this a lot yesterday with Cory Booker. Booker's time was up. Grassley, the chairman, recognized Patel because the two of them were talking over each other to make his statement then, his answer to the whole thing. And that's when Cory Booker did the Spartacus thing that he always does, and they got into it. And guys like Charlie Dent don't get it. Now, I'm not condoning every answer here with Kash Patel or anybody else, but the general thrust of this is, no, we're not going to have characters like Hank Johnson, Cory Booker, Swalwell, Raskin, and others, and just sit there and have them fire away at you in this manner when really they're trying to fire away at Trump. There's going to be pushback. That's all that this is. That's all that's happened here. And a good bit of it was very effective. All right, let's go to David in Lexington, South Carolina. The South is the side question today. Hey, David, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, how you doing?
Good.
Man, I tell you, I had so many things to choose from, and I was going all over. And I had to settle on one thing that I think about most down here. It's the heat. My God, the heat.
Wait a minute. Let me ask you, David, I'm picturing you. Are you a fair-skinned type of guy? Because every time you do mention the heat, when we were going to Charleston, you said, oh, the heat. It was very pleasant. I realize it's random. You can't go just by a few days. But, yeah.
Right. The heat, I'm not built for this. I'm just not. I'm built for cheesesteak weather and pizza weather up there in Pennsylvania. But, yeah, I'm going to go with the heat. It's just oppressive.
I can imagine, at least my sense is in the Deep South particularly, oh, yeah, it's got to be stifling. Good one. Thank you, David. Yeah, that's in the category. I can see that. Most films, most things that we see, it's usually not cold. The woman cab driver told us they did have snow a few years ago, like an inch or so, and the world just ended in Charleston.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody just stayed in a house. They couldn't believe. And she said it does get cold here. Like 42 degrees.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
It's
very pleasant. Yeah, exactly. All right, that's a side question. Fred Herron, the sheriff out in Bucks County, will be with us. Big doings yesterday, the hearing on his attempt to be kind of a backup, if you will, help to facilitate the work of ICE that a lot of police departments and sheriffs across Pennsylvania, Lansdowne even, constables there, are engaged in doing this. Also, a little bit more on Constitution Day. I asked Bill O'Reilly, today is Constitution Day, and we've kind of skipped past it. And I would maintain on the left, the Constitution, the original intent, the original black letter law of it is what the left dreads most. They don't like it because it restrains mob rule. It restrains this idea of just a up and down vote. You know, they don't like what I love. One of my loves, it's a strange thing. Every year I celebrate on that, is the Electoral College. It's just such a great idea, the compromise of it. All right, small states, they just want to overwhelm the flyover country, the red states and things of that nature. And you would just campaign in New York and LA and Chicago, I guess, and run up the vote and cheat even more. So on Constitution Day, if this isn't inspiration from God, the geniuses that devised this came up with a compromise, albeit slavery still in there, I get it. But other than that, what they wrought has endured. It has endured every attempt to contravene it. The beauty of the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, backing it up. And that we have the amendment process, but it's difficult. They wanted it to be difficult. And the co-equal branches of government and how that plays out. So every September 17th, particularly the Constitution Center here, you'll hear people on the other side say, yeah, that's before we had a mini Hitler. You know, that's the environment we're in. But the Constitution and the original document has served us incredibly well. Okay, you can get in on any or all of this. Again, I'm just blown away. The ability of Scott Jennings to be on CNN and in a rather pleasant way, yeah, there's a smirk or two here or there, to make his point and to just devastate the arguments of the usual setup people like Montel Williams last night, saying the guy that allegedly shot Charlie Kirk, it was a love affair. I'll play you the ABC guy who got into some difficulty for it. His apology was weak, who made that point also. Oh, my God, how romantic these texts were. How smart this guy is. Why in the world would your instinct be to do that? Because they have trouble with left-wing violence. They don't want to condemn it. They don't want to lean that way. They want to give us the other side. There is no other side in this. 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. When it comes to protecting your home, trust matters. Trust is everything. That's why I use and only recommend Emmons Roofing and Siding. They've been doing it right for over 35 years. Emmons is family-owned, local, and reliable. So whether you need roofing, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons has you covered. And as an Owens Corning Platinum contractor, they offer lifetime warranties on the roof. So call 855-4-EMMONS or visit callemmons.com today. Peace of mind is just a call away. Tell them I sent you.
Okay, so the quantum network protocol is optimized, the microservices are containerized, and I just ran a multi-threaded diagnostic.
Yeah, that was a lot of words. So my email won't keep crashing anymore, right?
Only if you try to send an attachment larger than 2 petabytes, but no promises.
Gilbert, did you just use petabytes in a sentence?
I know, right?
Hey, T-Twins, is it fixed or what?
That's what we just said.
CompuTrex. All that matters is we know what we're talking about. IT for your small business. You want to talk? We're here. More at CompuTrex.u.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramped cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-554-3775. That's 800-554-3775 today.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. So tonight, I'll give you a full report tomorrow, going to the big annual gala of our buddy Steve Feldman and Zionist of America. And Stacey Garrity will be there. I have high hopes for her. I've met her before. Dr. Oz campaign with her a bit. And Dr. Coates, Henry, one of your favorites.
Oh, yeah.
Will be there. So we're sitting at the table with them, Ro and I. Last year, in an unusual situation, Rich and I were both honored by this group, and we had these typewriters with the horn.
Oh, I
on
remember
it.
that.
Yeah,
it
so
was
the
a great
typewriter
award.
Yeah, I might bring it in again tomorrow. I have it in the Dom Dome there, in the archives of the Dom Dome. Right next to the poster or that Dan carved out or used a saw or whatever of Larry Krasner picture that was pretty funny. So, yeah, that's on the wall there. And remnants of the box that Columbus was in, that's in the Dom Dome. We have that on the wall. And the picture of me, these guys ought to be in jail for fraud. No one ever looked that good. The picture of me on the cover of Jersey Man magazine. No one could look that good. It's like, who is that guy? The hairline, the tanning, they just made so subtle.
I don't know if I've seen this cover.
Okay, I'll bring it in.
Oh, please,
yeah,
you have to.
I'll bring it in. Yeah,
I need to familiar myself with the Dom Giordano show lore. You know?
Exactly. That's
so many
right.
things.
And you'll say, what the heck? Come on, this is fraud. These guys, I remember out there, they had the pixels, they were fixing it, the camera, the whole thing and all. But you like a little bit more dark in your hair. Sure, why not? What the heck? All right. Let's go to Tim in Westchester, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Tim, what do you have today? Hi.
Hey, can you hear me, Dom?
Yeah, I can, Tim. Go right ahead.
Okay, yeah. For the side question about what's special about the South is something called the Blessing of the Fleet, which is the shrimp fleet. And it started years and years ago before they had GPS, satellite, and all that stuff. And it would start in the spring. And the people would just be hopeful that their sailors came back home.
I got you, yeah.
You know, not get caught up in a storm. So
yeah,
that's something that's the entire Gulf Coast has a Blessing of the Fleet festival now.
All right, thank you, Tim. Yeah, Forrest Gump. You know, the number of things that you can do with shrimp, and when Bubba finally runs out of them. And then the whole scene with, I've asked Gary Sinise about that. He said, yeah, it was a hard scene to film in Forrest Gump. The scene with him climbing up to the top of the ship.
Oh,
and
I'm
all,
sure, yeah.
discovering. Oh, yeah.
He's trying to get his sea legs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, right.
Lieutenant Dan.
Exactly.
You ain't got no legs.
I think that Dan's favorite movie is Forrest Gump.
Oh,
He's
really?
pretty much just said that.
Huh,
Yeah,
I'll
it's
have
a
to
great
ask him.
film, but I don't put it up there as the favorite.
Speaking of great films, I just want to touch on this real quick. In honor of Robert Redford, I watched The Natural for the first time yesterday.
Yeah, that's what I was going for the first time. I was going to work that into the side somehow or another. We got 2 good sides the next 2 days, but that scene at the end is just remarkable,
awesome.
making the lights go. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the blood coming through.
Mm-hmm. Catcher notices, we got to throw him one inside.
Yeah,
He'll
right,
never
exactly.
catch
Yeah,
up.
big left-hander out there. The way they mentioned the farm boy coming in here for The Natural. Yeah, and Redford was 47, I think, 47 or 48 when he portrayed that character.
It's crazy because he looks good doing it. In
Oh,
that
that's what I
movie,
mean.
too.
Yeah.
Like
You
I
think-
can't stand watching like a sports movie
Oh,
where
yeah.
clearly like they're
Yeah.
either not athletic or they just don't have it anymore. He still had it.
Exactly. He looks good in that. All right, we might do something with Redford. Coming up, Fred Herron, the sheriff out in Bucks County. Yesterday, the big court proceeding. We'll see how it goes. Can they partner up with ICE to protect people in Bucks County? There are a lot of people out there that don't want to be protected, apparently. They were there yesterday. We'll talk with him about that. We got Dom's Money Melody for a great prize, Qdoba again. And we'll get more of yours on the South on the side question. Plus, we are waiting. All 3 of us say a quarter point. If it's a half point, boy, it's going to be a huge deal for everybody in America. What will the Fed decide? If they say nothing, that's it. The gloves are, these are guys that might say nothing, and they're building a building of $1 billion. For $1 billion, we ought to get a half point. All that straight ahead with Dom.
Hey, let's be real. Nobody likes getting hit with a huge car repair bill. Your ride is how you get around, right? But what happens when that check engine light pops on or something just stops working? That's where CarShield comes in. They've got this low-cost plan paid month to month that basically saves you from shelling out big bucks for future auto repairs. Think about it. If your engine dies or your AC quits, you could pay almost nothing for the fix. Seriously, almost nothing. No more draining your savings for a surprise breakdown. This is a heads up for everyone out there. If your old warranty is about to run out or you don't have any coverage at all, right now, this protection plan is super affordable. And to sweeten the deal, if you sign up today, you also get free roadside assistance, free towing, and even options for a rental car. No extra charge for any of that. Get smart about your ride and your money. Call CarShield for your free quick quote today. Just dial 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Future-proof your ride with CarShield. Call 800-220-4067. That's 800-220-4067. Again, 800-220-4067.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782. That's 267-692-3782. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
All right, it is Dom time. So, Kirk and Henry, you monitor when they announce how much the rate cut. Oh, the Fed has cut rates for the first time in 9 months. All right, first time in 9 months.
Sound the alarms.
Sound the alarm. Well,
It's
yes,
gonna
do it.
panic
Yes.
on Wall Street.
Let's see. But NASDAQ is down 30%. What kind of stock market is that? All right. Is it a quarter point? How much is it? The S&P, which I watch, is way up. Or was way up there for a second. The Dow Watch is up for the first time in 9 months. Do we know, Fox, how much it is before we go to Fred Herring here?
Is 25 BPS a quarter, I'm guessing?
Yes. Yeah,
looks like
I think
a quarter.
it looks like a quarter here for the first time in 9 months. Why is the S&P down then? The quarter point is the first rate reduction since December of 2024. Now, some people thinking this is not enough, I guess, and maybe they think there will not be other cuts coming up. But it is a big moment here, without a doubt. And we'll bring you, all right, now we're back into the green here. I was wondering what the heck's going on here. It's a good moment because Fred Herring is here. He brings with him a Fed rate cut. Not every guest can do that. Let's go to Sheriff Fred Herring out in Bucks County. So, Fred, after this call, run out there, make whatever investment now. We got the rate cut.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. So, Fred, yesterday, big day. What can you tell us about it? I realize court proceedings and all that, but your sense, a lot of protesters there, the usual type who apparently the choice is, do you want to protect citizens in Bucks County constitutionally or not? What were the stakes yesterday at the hearing?
Well, yesterday at the hearing, and the hearing is going to continue. I mean, they couldn't get all their witnesses. They still have more witnesses to get on, so it's continued to the 26th of September. They basically don't want me to do anything. I think they don't want me to have any type of relationship with the federal government. The gist of the complaint is that I can't sign an MOU or an MOA, a memorandum of understanding or a memorandum of agreement with anybody. That's the gist of this issue, which is huge. And they specifically, obviously, don't want me doing anything regarding criminals. I've said 100 times plus that my only intention is to deal with those folks that we have warrants for, and if they're here illegally, to then turn them over to ICE if they're committing crimes in the United States. I still can't wrap my head around who's against that. I just can't fathom that. Obviously, there's some more, things involved. The case is ongoing. I think our side did a great job yesterday. We had two witnesses, myself and another sheriff from the western part of the state, actually from Butler County, of all places. Mikey Slope. He did a great job, Sloop. And they've got a bunch of witnesses that they put on and a bunch more. But, there's nothing to their case. They're actually saying no one's been affected. They're all talking hypothetical. hypothetical. Well, maybe. Well, this is possible. Well, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Anything's maybe in a world of hypothetical questions, but if you could find someone out there that Fred Herron told us he was going to do this and did something else, I'd like to meet them, as I don't believe that person exists.
So, Fred, the gist of it then, your viewpoint here is this protects people in Bucks County, and it's principally keeping for ICE people that are alleged to or have back records of being a criminal.
It's that simple, Dom. It's that simple. And here the county has now joined in. They originally were a defendant, but they've joined now as a plaintiff to sue me. So that's kind of interesting that our own county commissioners, not surprising. And I know it wasn't on not for this show, but Dom, if you take a look at, I spoke today at the commissioners meeting again in the beginning, and then Commissioner DiGirolamo brings me on into the meeting to answer some questions. I think we just hammered them hard today. They make no sense at all. I mean, these two commissioners, they were lying today again. And I could prove it. So I would love to have, both of us on if that's even possible. But I could certainly prove, their constant lies. And, the trouble is they really have no interest in the people of Bucks County. They really have no interest in protecting our community. And I don't say that as a political statement. I believe that.
Sure. Well, no, this is pretty straightforward, Fred. It's the type of stuff where it what makes it more efficient, more convenient, more sure that we're going to do the right thing here by law and by the Constitution. Who could be against that? Well, apparently your opponent, and even more troubling, I would say, because it's a political race, these two commissioners are opposed to doing anything. It seems like they feel that you're taking some power away from them, where as I see it. Of course, the sheriff would be involved in this, and they're doing it all over the country.
No, I agree. It is crazy what's going on right now in this country. I mean, it should be pretty simple. Let's make our economy grow, which it seems like we've got some good news there, and let's protect our community. Everybody out here. And Dom, we've talked about this before. I'm not, that's ICE's job to deal with folks that are working in bodegas or supermarkets or doing whatever they're doing. But the folks that are here illegally committing crime, that's my job. And I take it very seriously. I didn't do this just to come up here and have fancy coffee in Doylestown. I came up here to do a job, and these two knuckleheads that call themselves county commissioners, they really, truly have no interest in keeping us safe. And,
Fred, we'll invite again, but somehow or another, these people never seem to want to debate the issue. So we'll ask them both again. I feel your pain on that. But I think the people in Bucks County are pretty smart on things like this, and they get ultimately what this is about, despite a few protesters here and there. Fred, any sense of the money that was raised for your boxing program, which is going great guns, last Wednesday?
Dom, I don't have the final number, but it looks like I'm supposed to pick up the last check today. I haven't had a chance. It looks like we're somewhere in a range of $1,500 for your great bartending skills, my friend.
Well, we're working on those behind the scene. I told my wife honestly, and she said, "Oh, it couldn't have been that bad." Yes, it was. Second time around, if you do something else, we're ready to go. And your podcast, Going Great Guns, where do we find it, and what are you doing with it?
We're going to be, I think, at episode 18 or 19 this week coming up, and it's Law & Order BUX, and you can get that wherever you download your podcast. You can get that on YouTube. You can get it from the Sheriff's Office. You can get it from Spotify. Wherever you get, I think we're on Twitter, we're on Instagram, we're on Facebook. Those are all the places. Anywhere you can get a podcast, you just put in Law & Order BUX, and it will pop up. And we've got some good episodes coming up. And we've had a lot of great episodes so far, so very excited about that. It's been real busy here. We got a lot of stuff going on. Also, I don't know if I ever told you, it drops at 6 o'clock tonight, but we've been doing a show called Warrant Wednesday. You would actually like it. We kind of review some of the highlights of the knuckleheads that we locked up in the previous week. Every Wednesday we do it, and I kind of do it with a little twist. So we try to put a little bit of having a little fun doing it. We get some repeat offenders. The last Warrant Wednesday, we had some good video of a guy hiding underground in a bunker in a shed. And the Bucks County Sheriff's Office has their own bunker buster, my warrant unit. And they got in there and pulled this guy out. So it's Warrant Wednesday, and it's right on our Facebook page or YouTube. And I think this will be our 5th or 6th Warrant Wednesday. It'll drop tonight about 6 o'clock.
All right, you know what, Henry, make a note on that. Let's play some of that on YouTube tomorrow, our own version of the Fight Club here. Fred, we're going to play that tomorrow and give full credit where people can go. It's on your Facebook page. Drops at 6 tonight.
Yes, sir.
All right, Fred, thank you. We'll let you know tomorrow how this goes. Thank you. Yeah, get the bunker episode, Henry, for tomorrow. We'll have that.
Warrant Wednesday.
Yeah, Warrant Wednesday. All right. So the big news is that the Fed, now Wall Street, as predicted, not satisfied with this. They wanted a point, but it is the first drop in the interest rate in the second term of President Trump. The last was December of 2024. Now the prediction is, will they do it again in October? I don't know why they skip over November. But December is another. And if we're on that trajectory, it is really going to stimulate the economy. All right, we have Dom's Money Melody coming up here, but let me go to Robert in Bensalem, out there in Bucks County on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Robert.
Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today. I'm listening to Randy Weingartner and that whack job Pringle out in Chicago, all the things. And it really aggravates me, first because the left has Antifa, which is basically people to go out and beat up people they don't agree with. They have a corrupt media. They weaponize the government against their political opponents, actively work to silence dissent, threaten companies to fire employees who didn't do what they wanted them to do, and they're calling us the fascists. And that just kills me. And when I hear Pringle saying we're going to emphasize fighting fascism in the curriculum this year, I'm like, my kid is not a foot soldier for you, lady. Okay, you people are just plain sick. And it's really getting disgusting how they constantly accuse us of doing exactly what they're doing all the time. And this is just another example in it. And I'm just getting tired of it. Dom, I can't see the Democrats doing very well in the midterms, no matter what happens going forward right now. But at any rate, I will get to the side question. And I want to take you back to where it was a little lawless down in the South, and you had guys that were just expert at racing fast cars, getting away from Treasury agents, getting away from the local sheriff, et cetera, et cetera. And guys being guys, they said, we got all these great drivers of fast cars. Let's race them. So then NASCAR was born. But it gets even better because after a while, them cars get dinged up, old. You know, they might want to get new cars. What do we do with the old cars? Boom, demolition derby. So I'm going to go with car-related sports, NASCAR and demolition derby, and attribute it to the fine people down south who still to this day make up the backbone of our military. And you guys have a great day, Dom.
Definitely true. Military would have been a great answer. Yeah, but NASCAR, and again, once you're on that track, if you ever have a chance to be driven like the Charlotte one, there's nothing like it. And the noise is still brutal. But back in the day, I mean, Richard Petty can't hear. They said you have to do an interview with him. They would do it, but we had to get him to the track, and you got to look him in the eye and do the whole thing and all. Yeah, I can't. And when guys are drafting right behind on your bumper at 160 miles an hour, how you're depending on the skill of these other drivers.
Oh my! You just think about it. Think about if it was 60 miles an hour on like 76.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, Schuylkill Expressway. Yeah. Let's draft on the way home. I need to save gas. All right. 855 NASDAQ is not happy with this. Dow is. This is a weird thing with the rate drop here. NASDAQ looking for something else, something bigger, I guess, or there's something else going on. But it is a big moment that finally, I know that President Trump in England is going to say, yeah, it should be a half point, and let's do it again next month. He's right to take these people on. This is political, all the stalling on this. There's no reason to continue with those interest rates. By the way, we were just talking with Fred Herron, and the race I'm looking at in November, one of them, I'll call your attention to, particularly, we have listeners out there in Ambler. The Ambler tax collector and local Democrat Party official, Jennifer Wexler Stomsky took to social media to praise the murder of Republican activist Charlie Kirk, the Delaware Valley Journal reports. And at the end is where she got me calling upon Democrats to stand up. In the comment section, she added, "Let's make some more martyrs. Let's make some more martyrs." Now, various groups in Montco have moved away from her, but she will not resign. And again, I'm not sure as tax collector. She's an elected borough official who's running for re-election, says, okay, this November. So that might be an election where there might be some intensity. Do not forget her. Let's make some more martyrs. It's one thing, the celebration, the stuff with Charlie Kirk, but then to tag it, let's make some more martyrs to Democrats to rise them up on this. You don't come back from something like that. That's not just, I went a little too far. Let's make some more martyrs. Keep that name in mind over there in Ambler, in that race. I know, small race, tax collector, etc. Right now, though, for a great prize, Qdoba, which I'll tell you about in a moment, it is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
All right, today we are playing for a $50 gift card to Qdoba Mexican Eats, known for bold, customizable flavors like hand-smashed guacamole, the entrees from tacos and burrito bowls to quesadillas and salads. Visit Qdoba.com. And everybody out here yesterday was pleasantly surprised with this big table of great food. So, Henry, all this week, well, tomorrow and Friday, we'll have that. What do you have?
And it was very good, by the way. Yeah, Dom, so today for the side question, we're asking for something associated with the South. And if you're thinking about that question, you might have had Georgia on your mind. Of course, I'm referring to Georgia on My Mind by Ray Charles.
Right.
I'm going to play you a cover of that song today, and I think you're going to need some fast fingers if you're playing today, because I have a feeling a lot of people will know this cover artist. I'm not going to say a whole lot about him, except that he's often mentioned on this show, and he is considered by some on this show to be the greatest entertainer of all time. So I'm going to play him right here. I want to know the name of this cover artist.
Call it now. Get that Qdoba.
I don't know if I should give any more than that, Tom.
No, I think that's enough. All right, hit us with that. Hit Kirk right now, and you're off, and $50 goes a long way. 855-839-1210.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. How much I just love the work they've done in my home. Oh, my patio doors. You know by now, if I needed new windows or siding, I'd only trust the Chapman team. So what you may not know is that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they can also replace your old roof. Yes, they've got you covered, literally. Family owned and operated, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've been around for more than 30 years. And they are committed to providing quality work by paying attention to every detail. They spend the time to understand your needs, educate you on your options, and that is truly the Chapman family difference. So whatever you're thinking about with your exterior renovation, the windows, whatever that project looks like, windows, doors, siding, shutters, give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. Visit them online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
It's that time of year again to replace your old drafty windows and doors. If this sounds like something on your to-do list, then turn to my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida will help you save big this fall with their buy one, get one half off sale on all qualifying windows and doors. For every door and window you buy, you get a second one at 50% off. And you can mix and match these savings to suit your own needs. Buy an entry door, get half off a storm door. Buy a patio door, get 50% off a window. Need to replace all the windows and doors in your house? Then you'll save 50% on half your project. The more you need, the more you save. Plus, start your project with no money down and take 18 months to pay it off with no interest. Offers for a limited time only and restrictions apply. So call Guida today to schedule a free, no-obligation in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. Again, $50 gift card to Qdoba Mexican Eats. Let's hear the clue. We're looking for who's covering this classic.
Oh, boy. I think we get this one pretty fast.
All right, let's see. Jerry in Wilmington. All right, Jerry, who's covering the song?
Hola, Don. I think that's your amigo, Tom Jones.
All right, I will put you on hold. Jerry, you are the winner. Enjoy Qdoba $50 gift card. Yes, even Dan has come to recognize what a great entertainer he is, even though he never got him on. So, Henry, there's another one to put on your top 10 list.
I'll reach out today.
Yeah. We're serious. One time he was appearing in Atlantic City, and it is amazing when you take a look at his body of work, and particularly with Janis Joplin. That duo is remarkable.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, a couple of things here. So we got a winner, and again, Qdoba.com. Thank them again for the food and certainly for providing $50 gift card. We'll have it tomorrow and Friday. ICE, I told you yesterday, and I don't have a new number today, but 37,000 was the nugget yesterday of requests to start a chapter for Turning Point USA, which was investigated, if you go figure, by the FBI under the Biden people. Of course they're going to go after. For what reason? Political. 37,000 more chapters to start. ICE has received more than 150,000 job applications from the original number when we started out with the campaign. More than 150,000, they say, patriotic Americans have applied to work at ICE to help the agency carry out migrant deportation arrest. And over in, we have already issued more than 18,000 tentative job offers, Christy Nome says. And yet we just had Fred Herron on. Over in Bucks County, you have the indivisible people. You have those two commissioners. I've just got a backstory here from the controller who I met the other night over at Chambers in Doylestown. Might be on tomorrow, Henry. I'll give you the detail on that from Dan. And Bucks County is the one place where we see some degree of rationality still. I can't explain Bob, Harv DeGrasse, Harvey, and Diane Marseglia. Keep them coming, baby. I'd pay any pay-per-view. Scott Presler and Marseglia. That debate is classic. But Bucks County is going to have a big choice here. Do you want to protect citizens in Bucks County, or do you want to be a mini Krasner land? Dave in Philly on Krasner and the town hall last night. Hey, Dave, welcome in.
Hi, how you doing?
Good.
I was watching the news last night, 11 o'clock, the local news, and I saw, believe it or not, they actually reported on this. And so Krasner calls all, Trump supporters, MAGA supporters, whatever you want to call it, Republicans, basically. This is verbatim what he says. He says, these people don't believe in equity at all. They don't believe in equity of folks. They don't believe in gender equality. They absolutely are just as hateful towards women as they are the issue of race. These are people who agree with Adolf Hitler. He said this in a public town hall, his first one of 3. He has one tonight and tomorrow night. And one guy in the front row got up and called him out on it. It was great.
Yeah, the guy from South Philly.
I was livid when I heard this on the news. I was ready to throw the damn remote at the TV.
And Dave, particularly in the middle of when we're being lectured about turn the rhetoric down, then he was interviewed, and he went on a rant about World War II and the Nazis, and that's why he's fighting that today.
This guy, let me tell you something. I'm a Republican. I voted for Trump the last 3 times. The Democrat Party's just going off the tracks, off the cliff at 100 miles per hour, these people.
Thank you, Dave. Yeah, absolutely right. But remember, it's not just Krasner, it's the enablers. And who are the enablers? These ministers. I've had a couple of them on about this. I don't know if I'll do it again, but they allow him in the church, the whole deal here, to prattle on and then get up and rant and rave, some of them, about us, about conservatives, about MAGA, about whatever, in the most uncharitable terms, and then resort to the Bible and resort to attacking Charlie Kirk. Here's one of these guys, not local. Henry, this is the minister du jour, the Reverend Cosby, not Bill Cosby. This is Cut 8. Listen to this guy go on with his congregation, and I may stop it in the middle here. You get the flavor of it, about the murder of Charlie Kirk.
Now, I know that we all got caught up on one death, but I want to be clear that Kirk was not the only one that died last week. His black body's being killed all across the country every week, and we ain't making it a major news story. I think we need to be careful if we don't think just because white-on-white crime happened that it's more important than when other crimes happen as well. Okay, I'm just saying. And let's keep going. Last week in Denver was the 47th school shooting this year. And we got to be careful that we don't lose our song and get so comfortable with the hell that's raging in our streets. We still got to be conscious that there's some things happening in this world that are trying to rob us of our song.
All right, so you get the flavor. You get the flavor, the constancy of this, and using the Bible, using the churches, but the Philadelphia clergy, I forget the exact, black clergy of Philadelphia and the like, a whole Praetorian Guard of them that get grant after grant of hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars that the DA's office suddenly is able to put out there for anti-violence, this, that, and the other. They form this every time Krasner is in trouble. And this did make national news, what the last caller was talking about, where Krasner went off, and more than essentially, he did. If you're a Trump supporter, MAGA, et cetera, you're Nazis, and he is poised to fight them because his uncles fought in World War II against the Nazis. All right. So Northeast Philadelphia will have the chance. That's going to be a major area where this will happen when we come down to the election. Philadelphia has a chance, and you see these mobs in Philadelphia. The first time he was elected, what did they chant? And they tried to calm them down. They couldn't. Blank the cops. Yeah, the biggie. Blank the cops. Hundreds, if not 1,000 people celebrating by blank the cops. That's what they're about. And these people in insulated Rittenhouse Square, Chestnut Hill, who are insulated from this level of violence and all the stuff that goes on, they feel this is a bold experiment. It's almost fun, the juice of Larry Krasner taking on the system. And on it goes. So the Republican Party, independents, maybe some Democrats. The point I'd make for the judge, Judge Dugan, if you voted for him in the primary, why in the world would you not vote for him now? Why in the world would there be anything because he's running sort of as an independent? Why would that change? It's about him. He's a good man. He's got a great record. He'd be a good DA. He's fair and compassionate, but also going to enforce the law. It's about Krasner. It's about this scourge among us. And about this, he's smart, though, if insufferable. The people he's been able to, he also, and I take great pleasure in this, he also talked about Nazis and people like that tried to impeach him. Hey, buddy, you were impeached. I don't care who came and cleaned up your mess and all. We did impeach you. We did impeach you. We did impeach you. And we'll see down the road if that happens again. I know all the legal mumbo jumbo, but he knows what happened there. He knows, and I take pleasure in that we were a large part of pushing that, because that's exactly what he deserves. But we have an election, which is even more important. Okay, coming to you, something Southern. Based on the fact, just coming back from a great stay, I recommend Charleston to you. I'm not saying the restaurants are as good as Philadelphia. Not going to say that, but I'd love to have Embassy Suites. I don't get why other hotels, I guess it must be costly. The breakfast.
Has to be.
And then the alcohol line. Oh, man, do people love that alcohol line.
Who doesn't?
Yeah, but there ought to be this one guy, I wish I had snapped a picture. I didn't have my phone or it, leaning over on the bar and discussing all kinds of tequilas and all that. 82 people in line.
Yeah, no etiquette.
Move it along. Just say, give me this. Yeah, no etiquette.
No self-awareness.
No.
What was it, a female bartender he's hitting on or something?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay,
I was a cute blonde, too. Yes.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll do it. Oh, that tequila, honey. All right, 855-839-1210. You got 82 people in line. Just get your alcohol and move on. We all want to get ours and go outside. Okay. Dr. Bentz, before we take more calls, hey, let me tell you about my friend, board-certified prosthodontist, my dentist, 10 years, Dr. Robert Bentz. And I'm thrilled to tell you the great news that Dr. Bentz is expanding his services and availability with the new prosthodontist joining right now during September. So if you're a patient with complex dental issues, maybe even putting off seeing a dentist, or if you're a general dentist and maybe, some issues, complicated cases, we can help you right here. The Bentz Dental Group is your #1 solutions provider. And with this added prosthodontist, that's rare. You get 2 here now. It frees up the hours, the availabilities, and all that. As I said, I've been seeing Dr. Bentz for 10 years. You're going to get that same great dental health care that I get and the smile that you've always wanted. Call and schedule that appointment now at 610-272-6949, 610-272-6949. Or if you want to first, visit the website, bentzdentalgroup.com, BENTZ, dentalgroup.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was.
I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
The most important phone call you'll make in retirement is 800-722-9728. It's your retirement lifeline. Call 800-722-9728 to begin your crash-proof retirement. No fees, no market risk, and principal protection. And every penny you earn is yours to keep. That's 800-722-9728 to learn more about the exclusive crash-proof retirement system, which has withstood nearly 2 decades of market volatility and has never lost a penny of our over 6,000 clients' nest eggs. It's the way retirement should be: safe, secure, and crash-proof. Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on October 7th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Guess who's watching Rob Finnerty on Newsmax? President Trump is. He even says Finnerty's show is so terrific. Millions are joining President Trump to watch Finnerty every night at 8 p.m. Eastern on Newsmax. All this week, Rob looks at the media's war on President Trump. Rob gives you the facts about the National Guard in cities like New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. He tells you the real truth about the Jeffrey Epstein files, and he reveals the big media's agenda on Trump's health. You need to watch Rob Finnerty on Newsmax. Check out your local cable system. Newsmax is on all major systems. Or download the free Newsmax app. It costs you nothing, and you can watch in minutes. Finnerty is the fastest-growing primetime news show in America. Find out why even President Trump is tuning in. More than 40 million Americans go to Newsmax for news they can trust. Because we are real news for real people.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Weather sponsored by Moderna.
A slow-moving storm system over coastal Virginia will keep the forecast unsettled today. Clouds continue with showers at times, especially south of Philadelphia, high 72. Mostly cloudy tonight, still the chance for a few showers, low 64. And for Thursday, clouds giving way to some sunshine. It'll be warmer with a high 82.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's mnexspike.com.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. I waited toward the end here. We kind of teased it, Henry, but the sound of this ABC reporter, Bill O'Reilly, way back at the top, talked about it with me a little bit. Is stunning, even for the media on this. Do you have that? Yeah, here it is. It's cut 12. Listen to this guy go on about how smart this alleged assassin, and we have enough detail now that maybe to even drop the alleged, but okay, he's not convicted yet. And the touching messages between the murder suspect and the partner, and our own Guy Shiraki, I'm trying to pull it up here as we texted me today. This would be like, yeah, here it is. These folks are out of control. They're from another universe. Time to call it out. They're weird. This Matt Gutman at ABC. Who can forget the poetry of John Wilkes Booth? Can you imagine saying, well, John Wilkes Booth was a thespian. He was a classical actor. The sonnets of John Hinckley. The sketches left behind by James Earl Ray, the killer of Martin Luther King. Why did we not hear that from the media then? Well, you know what the answer is. There was some degree of sanity, and they were not necessarily from the left. And that's why we're getting this. So listen to Matt Gutman, who made an apology, but never really talked about if I offended somebody. Listen to his take immediately after we started to know more in Utah about the alleged killer.
That stood out to me, David, is those text messages. I don't know if we have seen an alleged murder with such specific text messages about the alleged murder weapon, where it was hidden, how it was placed, what was on it, but also it was very touching in a way that I think many of us didn't expect. A very intimate portrait
Excuse me here, Henry, stop for once. I'm sorry. But, you know, you would think, I often say this, you would think whoever he's talking to at ABC might jump in and say, all right, he wouldn't do what I do. Touching, he might jump in and try to deflect. Wait, who's at the wheel here not thinking, what the hell are we doing here? I mean, is the moderator not hearing this in the way the average American is?
Well, you heard the name he said there when he was addressing him.
David?
David.
David Muir. Oh,
David Muir was too busy making faces into the camera.
Mr. Empathy, and Mr. Tease. You ever notice that? The teasing and re-teasing of what's coming. So David Muir, touching. Let's hear more.
Between the suspect's roommate and the suspect himself, with him repeatedly calling his roommate who is transitioning calling him my love, and I want to protect you, my love. So it was this duality of someone who the attorney said not only jeopardized the life of Charlie Kirk and the crowd, but was doing it in front of children, which is one of the aggravating circumstances of this case. And on the other hand, he was, speaking so lovingly about his partner. So a very interesting and, as Pierre said, riveting press conference, David.
It was Tyler Robinson, the man you speak of, now facing the death.
It is. It's heartbreaking on so many levels, Kira. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was murdered brutally in front of a crowd of thousands of people who watched him being shot through the neck and then essentially bleed out in front of him. And I think one of the things that the attorney here made a very fine point about is that a lot of these charges, 7 charges, were aggravated because children were present. Children witnessed this. Children were put in harm's way. And that was something that obviously is aggravating here, and that's one of the reasons that the suspect, in addition to the alleged murder being political in nature, is facing the death penalty. They're going for the death penalty. And on the other hand, there is this duality of a portrait of a very human person, a very human experience from this entire family. As you mentioned it, the mother who essentially discovered that it was her son who had done this, the kid who had got a 34 out of 36 on the ACTs, who got a 4.0, who got a full ride to college here, that kid was the one who allegedly perpetrated. She saw those pictures and said, identified him essentially. And then those text messages, and I don't think I've ever experienced a press conference in which we've read text messages that are so fulsome, so robust, so apparently, allegedly self-incriminating, and yet on the other hand, so touching. Right, with the suspect reaching out to his roommate, who is allegedly his boyfriend, who we understand.
Okay, Henry, you can stop it here. Just a thought, too. Kira, so this was
later on a different show that he comes back
so
on.
My point being, again, with David Muir, then he did it with another show.
Correct.
Well, whatever
it's all on ABC, but that is
yeah, but it's super. That's fine. The point is this: didn't anybody at ABC go, "What the hell? This is the second time. This isn't on the same show that he's going down this path of the duality and the whole thing." So it's not just this guy. It's David Muir, of course, Mr. Empathy, but it's also ABC that nobody said, hey, let's hope this blows over. Don't go down that path again. Nobody, no Greg Stocker or anybody said, come on now. You got to stop on this. So out of all the startling, other than people celebrating death and all that, okay, the haters, this guy and how out of touch, Guy Shiraki's right, his post about, look at this. I'm not going to make the Hitler analogy because, we don't use Hitler, the thing about Hitler loved puppies too and all this stuff. It's not worthy of any, Hitler's not part of the conversation. But that's right, John Wilkes Booth was a very educated thespian and all. What about that? What did he say to his family? And imagine the family learning. And again, he did this at least twice around this whole thing. How in the world is that not something that you would take a look at and say, no, this guy's got to be pulled off this. Let's put somebody else in. Let them take a whack at this to see how they're looking at this and stop talking in that manner. They can't bring themselves, when it's on the left, to just condemn it straight up, give you the language of what happened here, play up the fact you have a young mother, 2 kids, etc. And the other part that really bothers me that we've been dulled by the left is saying, and the added circumstance, kids were there and all. No, none of that matters. There's only one thing that matters, life. You take someone else's life based upon what the first-degree murder metrics are in a particular state, and you get the death penalty. We don't need to go through aggravated kids. It was political. It doesn't matter, and it shouldn't matter. But they've won on this. They've gotten us into a mindset where everything has to be aggravated before you can go for the death penalty. Why is that? Life is he no longer is alive. That pain and that misery, the victims. But it doesn't matter he was Charlie Kirk. It doesn't matter if he's a drug dealer. It doesn't matter what his political, none of that matters to me. Only one thing matters. You did it. We're going to expedite this as best as possible, and you're going to be put to death. That's the way that it works. By the way, people in the Senate are doing what we did today, thanking Mazie Hirono for acknowledging gender roles. Because probably, Henry, you put all these together. Did you have a favorite based upon entertainment or anything else of Kash Patel and the senators and Kash Patel and the House? My favorite is Mazie Hirono and the pull-up. I don't see how it can be
those are
beaten.
just, I mean, I don't even think it's a favorite. Those are just hard to listen to. It's like, these are elected officials. These are people in charge.
Exactly. And Cory Booker, look.
That's where I was going to go.
Yeah, politics is a performative, I agree with it. It's a performative thing. But if you're going to perform, you got to be pretty good at faking it. He is so inauthentic in what he did here and so running for president. Here we go. So Spartacus.
You got to be a true thespian.
Exactly. Thank you. That's right. Yeah. All right. 855-839-1210. All right. We have the lightning round next. Hit us with something that is Southern. And Friday, we'll probably have a great gift card for you from Gala's Jim Harvey. Wonderful spot. Get the seafood salad from Roe. And I got a couple of other nuggets to give you and a look toward tomorrow. 855-839-1210.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
With the crisp fall air just around the corner, let's talk about your fireplace. That's right, you heard me. Do you have an old, drafty, or smelly fireplace? For over 30 years, Rettinger Fireplace has been transforming fireplaces in the tri-state area into beautiful, authentic, and efficient systems easily operated by remote control. Want to love your fireplace again? Call 855-GET-RET to schedule your free consultation or visit RettingerFireplace.com. Choose Rettinger Fireplace, where details make the difference.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, just a nugget from Henry on this, and we'll have more tomorrow. I think it's a good one. Not only that, the ABC reporter may have buried the lead there, how accurate this guy was in precisely saying what he did, etc. And some people are doubting anybody would say that in that manner. We'll see how that shakes out. Are there other people involved aiding and abetting this guy? Let's go to Joe in Columbus. Joe, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Hi, Joe.
Good afternoon, Dom. Dom, I would like to thank Kremlin Krasner for blowing up my bingo card. I had him resuming his sparking up of his vile, manipulative rhetoric after Charlie's burial, not before. He should be ashamed of himself.
Joe, I would agree with you, but you know what? I'll tell you where I'm going like a laser. The ministers. This guy is what he is. These people, black ministers in Philadelphia, 3 nights. I'm planning to go tomorrow night to one, Mother Bethel, just to be there to observe. They're giving away the house of God and standing there in the middle of this while lecturing the rest of us.
Tom, when I have more time, I want to tell you about a showroom and warehouse I had for sale where every minister came in and wanted this place, and their ulterior motives were interesting. But I'll tell you another time about that.
Okay.
It'll tell their whole story. My side answer is the bastion of Southern evangelical Christianity. It seems like they all matriculate down south, and they begin their ministries down there with these ministers, these high-powered, high-intensity ministers. And my answer, therefore, is the Bible Belt.
That's a great one. I was thinking of taking that one off. Joe of Exton. Hi, Joe. What's yours?
Yes. Hello, Dom, and good afternoon. One feature which characterizes the South is the casualness, nonchalantness, and love of life by the population as they go about their daily lives.
So it's more of a nonchalant attitude versus New York or Philadelphia.
Correct, exactly.
Yeah, I agree somewhat. In Charleston, small sample size, it's more laid back. You know, I don't see too much road rage there, cars and all that.
Very true.
Yeah, I think that's a fair. Earl of Tacony, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Earl, what do you have this afternoon?
2 things. One, anytime I hear someone use the word fascist in casual conversation, usually means they lean toward communism, but that's my personal opinion. But when it comes to when you think of the South, they have them all over the country, but when you see one, you usually think of the South, and that would be the chain gang, like Cool Hand Luke, where you see them working on the side of the road.
You run once, you're going to get one set of change. You run twice, you're going to get a second. You're not going to run a third time. Henry, you're supposed to applaud that from Cool Hand Luke.
Another
the
one
best I could do. Okay, well, it's a horrible impressionist, but Struther, whatever his name is.
Yeah.
You got to see Cool Hand Luke.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's a gem. Zenos on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Zenos.
Good afternoon, Tom, and everybody there. My thing is white lightning. When we went down there in our 20s, we tried to find it, but like I was telling the gentleman with the questions is, you see a bunch of guys down there with Upper Darby accent, we couldn't find any. It was White Lightning.
Cousin Vinny. Zeno's coming in from Greece in Magnolia, South Carolina, looking for White Lightning, Henry. Now, that is a film. And he'd have his cowboy hat on. You all good old boys down by the levee. Man, yes, good stuff. All right, Chef Dave, we only have about 30 seconds, regrettably. Dave, what's yours?
Oh, is this me? My son was talking to me. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dave. What's yours?
My gear, I don't give a damn. As the old South was gone with the wind.
Yeah, the plantation, those columns, those sorts of homes, the whole deal. Okay, Kirk, we'll start with yours. You took the call today. Do you have a winner in your mind?
I have the winner. Last call, Chef Dave, Gone with the Wind.
Gone with the Wind's pretty good one. Might be a little recency bias, but we'll consider that. Henry, how about yours?
Yeah, I think the answers I like best today were Tim and Westchester's answer of the blessing of the shrimp boats. It's a whole parade now.
That was wild,
It's a nice thing to know about. I like a fact like that. And then the call right after him. That'd be Robert and Ben Salem with the answer of car sports. Both NASCAR and then the demolition derby that comes after it when those cars are no longer ready to go.
I like the shrimp boats. That was new information, but I would say NASCAR is the South. It's one of the pillars of it. The good old, and the phrase, nobody said good old boys.
Yeah.
That would have maybe been that's what you think of. All right, so not like Goodfellas. He's a good fellow. No, a good old boy. My cousin Vinny, though, I could see them Zenos. All right, that's a winner. We'll put Robert into the hat. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. Rich is standing by or sitting by, ready with 4 big hours. Thanks to Kirk producing today. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free.